Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Dark Lord, My Recruitment 10,000 Times the Crit. Chapter 61. Countless lords are watching the list of level 20 attendants. Certainly, everyone felt that no matter how strong the Shadow Demon Lord was, it would take at least a few days to reach level 20. After all, level 20 is different from level 10. If you want to get a high rating, the requirements are quite high in all aspects, and it takes time to accumulate. Too bad no one knows. In less than half a day, Qinyi has already risen to level 19, and has pulled the rating to SS. It is only one step away from the limit rating of a 20-level lord. Qinyi and Lin Mengyu, their Earl Dervish territory. 2 city walls have been erected. There are now 55 demon mages in total. Stand on both sides of the city walls. This hour's territorial income has been distributed, and a total of 450,000 source crystals remain. And now what needs to be considered as the list of level 20 attendants. At this time, Qinyi also checked the list. After all, this list means how many god fragments he can get. Now that his 5 attendants have all reached level 19, he directly compared them with the attendants on the attendant list. Not much difference was found. Even Qin Huang Yingzheng and Nanette's Daji have surpassed the first place attribute. After all, these two are legendary. It was 2 grades higher than the Shadow Werewolf Teast, who was number 1 on the list. The equipment is also much stronger. For Qin Huang Yingzheng, the main thing is to get the Inferno War Horse mount, which increases the basic attribute by 400%. Equivalent to direct 5-star. Isn't this attribute enough to explode other people's attendants? Now, everyone in the outside world is speculating that it is stable for the Shadow Demon Lord to take the second place in the 20-level attendant list, but it is a bit difficult to get the first place. However, no one knows at all. The current Qinyi has already won the first and second place in the rank 20 attendant list. Certainly, even so, they need to keep getting stronger. After all, on this squire list, the stronger you are than other people's squires, the more rewards. Qinyi glanced at it. Xiao Daji will soon be promoted to 3 stars. Qin Huang Yingzheng, who is also accumulating military exploits in the continuous expansion, will soon be promoted to 1 star. As for the 2nd star, there are a lot of military exploits in demand, and the speed of expansion is too slow. That's why Qinyi trained another 25 Great Qin Cavalry. Let these 25 Dakan Cavalry patrol around the territory. If you encounter wild dark creatures that have been brushed out, they will solve it. And Xiao Chao, Lame Li and Akasha, who can also take 3rd to 5th place. The premise is that you can get military exploits. And the fastest way to get military exploits is the dark bait. Pity, if you put dark bait next, it will be level 4 and 5 dark bait. Qinyi had a little headache. Level 4 dark decoy attracts dark creatures that are 17 to 25 levels higher than the Lord level. When Qinyi is already level 19, it attracts dark creatures of level 36 to 44. As for the level 5 dark decoy, it is even more terrifying. Directly attract dark creatures from level 45 to level 55. Dark creatures of this intensity. For the 2 legendary existences of Qin Wangyangzheng and Nanette's, it was nothing. No matter the Dakan Iron Cavalry or the Demon Mage, they could still kill them in seconds. But for the other 3 attendants, it's not very friendly. Bingdizhawa Xiaochao, trained as an ice and snow doctor, is good at healing and assisting, but has poor attack ability. The Soaring in the Sky Guards trained by Akasha are melee units that can fly, and their skills are all auxiliary, and their damage is also not high. Only Lame Li is slightly better. But the divine archers he trained were only Emperor-level troops after all, and when faced with dark creatures of too high level, the damage was not enough. If you want these 3 attendants to quickly increase their star rating, it is reasonable to say that the difficulty is not low. Qinyi sighed. If there is a monster lair in the territory, there is no need to worry about this kind of problem. The monster lair can continuously refresh monsters, which is a very precious resource in the dark world. For powerful lords, the monster's lair is a tool to gain military exploits. Certainly, if the lord is not strong enough, the existence of the monster's lair will be a very big hidden danger, and it must be directly destroyed to get a one-time reward. The Shadow Werewolf Teast, who was number 1 on the 20th level attendant list, was only able to rise to 3 stars so quickly because of the monster's lair. Pity. For the Dark Lord, this thing can be encountered but not sought after. Qin didn't bother about this either. Since there is no monster nest in the territory, we can only think of other ways. Fortunately, Akasha has a defensive and blood recovery halo, and the Ice and Snow Doctor trained by Xiao Chao has a frozen halo. When the magicians kill monsters, they can get assists. Therefore, about 20% of the military merits are obtained. This is one aspect of the dark world that is more friendly to auxiliary servants. Now, Akasha and Xiao Chao, after the previous wave of dark decoys, have already achieved more than 7,000 military exploits, and they have both risen to 1 star, but they are a little far away from 2 stars. Qin only needs to think about lame luggage under his hands. He didn't want to give up every attendant. After all, every attendant had its own special features. It will have no small effect on the composition of his future army's combat power. You can only control some high-grade monsters, let Lame Li and the others shoot and kill them, and get complete combat credits. And Qin Yi's requirements are not high. Lame Li, Akasha, and Sister Xiao Chao, these 3 only need to reach 2 stars, and they can surpass Shadow Werewolf Teaster by counting the advantages of the Squire's equipment. If it's just 2 stars, it's not that difficult. A wave of level 4 plus level 5 dark decoys, just a little bit of manipulation. Get ready to start, Qin informed Lin Mengyu. Ah, come again. This schoolgirl has not recovered from the wave just now, but Qin has to open the dark bait again. The rhythm is too tight. Actually, Qin, you are already very strong now, you don't need to be in such a hurry, you can grow steadily. Lin Mengyu couldn't help but say. Oh, I have set a small goal to rush to the top 5 on the 20th level attendant list as soon as possible. Qin said. If it drags on for too long, the Lord's rating will drop. Therefore, he must develop as soon as possible. What? Top 5, isn't it enough for you to have a hand? Lin Mengyu was a little strange. The legendary Nanette's demon fox Su Daji has been able to rank 2nd, or even 1st. Why did Qin say he wanted to rush to the top 5? Not a top 5, it's 5 top 5, Qin explained a bit. Then, the schoolgirl was stunned on the spot. 5 top 5, isn't that the top 5? Are you telling me this is a small goal? 5 minutes later, Qin came to Lin Mengyu's Earl Dervish territory and stood with her on the 9-meter-high city wall. The schoolgirl's heart beat a little faster. At this moment, Qin in her eyes. It's really handsome, only, she still didn't expect that Qin actually wanted to take the top 5 in the list of 20-level servants. Isn't this ambition too big? In other words, he now has a total of 5 attendants. This pretty schoolgirl guessed. Su Daji is 1. The mysterious Dock and Iron Cavalry is also 1. There is also Xiao Chao, who can train Ice and Snow Doctors, as well as Akasha and Lame Li. Exactly 5. But, Akasha and Lame Li are only Emperor level, can they really surpass the current number 1, Shadow Werewolf Tist? No, what does, only, have the Emperor level? When did I become so bloated? Lin Mengyu suddenly felt a little ashamed. Her own squire is clearly at the rank of superintendent. Want to be promoted to general level is far away. Now I actually look down on the Emperor level. Certainly, it's not that I look down on it, I still think that it is still very difficult for Qin to surpass rival in a short period of time when he is also at the Emperor level. After all, this Shadow Werewolf Teast, at the stage of 10 to 19, developed for more than 10 days. Therefore, the Lord of the Shadow Werewolf Tist, his level 20 Lord rating is not high, only A level. It is because he is too obsessed with promoting his servants. Delayed a lot of time. Qin wants to compare the development of the other party for more than 10 days in a short period of time, which is really difficult. Put the bait. Qin held Lin Mengyu's soft and slender wrist and led her to the middle of the territory below. Put 4th and 5th dark bait together. This made Lin Mengyu blush a little. But she also knew that Qin would only hold her wrist if he wanted to teleport with her. If you don't hold it, to teleport 2 people, you have to use 2 voids to circulate, which is too troublesome. The 2 quickly finished placing the dark bait. 4 dark energy vortexes converged in the middle of the territory, and even a dark storm was generated. The terrifying breath sounded from the field along with the sound of ghosts and wolves. Level 4 Dark Decoy. Level 5 Dark Decoy. For the vast majority of Dark Lords, this is simply unthinkable. Even, the number of lords who bought these 2 levels of dark bait has been few in the past 50 years. Because, putting this level of dark bait is equivalent to suicide for all lords except Qin Yi, and it is an instant suicide. Walk. Qin Yi took Lin Mengyu and quickly returned to the city wall. His expression was a little solemn. The dark creatures attracted this time are much stronger than the previous ones. Any ordinary monster has more than 2000 HP, more than 600 attacks, and more than 200 defenses. Even the 190-point spell penetration of the demon mage can't completely break the defense. Fortunately, Xiao Daji's equipment is too good, and even the attacks of the demon mages have become much stronger, and they can still kill these ordinary monsters in one shot. But, if there is a high-grade monster, even Su Daji can't kill it in seconds. Take the attribute of a level 50 Emperor level monster as an example. It has at least 20,000 HP, 3,000 attacks, and 1,500 defense. Because the level is too high. Before Qin Yi fought at most level 26 dark creatures. This time, the level of monsters attracted has doubled. You must know that even Su Daji now has a blood volume of over 10,000, attacking around 2,000, and defense is only around 500. This shows the horror of these monsters. If Qin Yi had put the 4th and 5th dark bait at the beginning, even he couldn't stop it. That is, now, Su Daji has increased her star level, with the core equipment Sen Luo's sphere, and the help of Qin Huang Yingzong's big move, Instruct the World. At the critical moment, Qin Yi is able to protect this level of dark bait. Even Qin Yi was so difficult. Not to mention the other lords. It can be said, if other lords put a level 4 and level 5 dark decoy, and they can't resist it for even 10 seconds, the territory will be demolished into ruins. Here we go. Akasha, be careful yourself, there are high-grade monsters, remember to come back. Qin Yi stood on the city wall and said to Akasha and Lame Li. As ordered, Lord. The beautiful Queen Akasha, holding a long sword and a silver shield in her hand, flew directly down the city wall. Rush into the monster group. Lame Li, on the other hand, stood on the city wall and directly activated his 2 skill, fast like the wind, gaining a 100% rate of fire bonus, and continuously shooting at monsters. Akasha has risen to 1 star, and now has a basic attack power of 702 points, plus equipment has more than 800 attacks. Lame Li doesn't have a star rating, and his attack is a little bit less than 600 points with his equipment. Admittedly, this attack is indeed a bit low. If you don't use skills, you can't kill ordinary monsters above level 50 in seconds. The good thing is, Emperor Qin's Yingzhang is passive, all hostile units in the territory take 200% more damage. Direct triple damage. So whether it's Akasha or Lame Li, at most 2 attacks can kill an ordinary monster. And, Qin Yi took Akasha and Lame Li and stood on the city wall of Lin Mengyu's territory. Lin Mengyu also cast a level 4 and level 5 dark bait, but her own Lord core level is low, only level 5. So, the monsters rushing towards her side of the city wall are all level 22 to 40. Lame Li and Akasha are a lot easier to kill. Only. Ordinary monsters only provide 1 point of battle. Just killing ordinary monsters, it is too slow to increase the battle merits. Elite level, Overseer level, General level. It happens almost every minute. It's too frequent. Lin Mengyu looked at the dark creatures surging out from under the city wall, a little frightened. Fortunately, Qin Yi helped her build the city wall, which gave her a sense of security. Because there are too many dark creatures dying nearby. So, the probability of high-grade monsters appearing is getting higher and higher. Just 5 minutes. There are even 3 princes. There was also one of the Emperor level, and a level 6 attendant equipment was directly exposed. Whirlwind Sword, 6-star attendant equipment, long sword weapon. Attack plus 240, 40% chance to block damage, attack speed minus 10%. The attached skill, Whirlwind Slash, attacks all enemies within 150 meters, with a 5-second cooldown. Equipment requirements, level 15. Good equipment. Qin Yi's eyes lit up. 6-star attendant equipment, belonging to golden equipment, drop from Emperor level monsters. Other lords, I am afraid they have to get level 100 or above to have 6-star equipment, because before that, they could not defeat Emperor level monsters at all. Moreover, Qin Yi is not the first 6-star equipment. In the hands of Qin Wangying, there is also a gathering of killing intent, which increases the attack distance and the attack to restore blood. These two long sword weapons are not weak, but their focus is different. Akasha, take the whirlwind sword. Qin Yi sent the whirlwind sword directly to the beautiful Queen Akasha. Thank you, Lord. This beautiful girl with flapping wings caught the whirlwind sword in midair, and did not forget to salute Qin Yi respectfully. Take a look at the attribute of this long sword. Akasha's eyes lit up. In this way, her speed of spawning monsters will increase a lot. She gave it a quick try. Whirlwind. The beautiful white wings led her into the group of monsters and released a whirlwind slash. Immediately, the long sword and sword chi swept toward the surrounding area of 150 meters, beheading a large area of monsters, and instantly obtained 70 or 80 battle exploits. This scene made Qin Yi quite satisfied. True, soaring in the sky guards are not very powerful, and it is too difficult to kill monsters in this environment. But Akasha herself is not weak. As long as there is a fan beat-up attack, there is no problem in clearing ordinary monsters. But it was at this time. With a terrifying dark breath, it spread out from the edge of the darkness. A frost bone dragon flew out of the darkness soaring in the sky. Soul Frost Bone Dragon, level 49, epic level. This scene, it made Lin Mengyu nervous. Epic monster. It finally appeared, as the frost bone dragon out. As expected of an epic monster. Qin Yi was a little surprised when he saw this. Such creatures, in his impression, belong to the ceiling among the dark creatures. When this Soul Frost Bone Dragon appeared, all dark creatures in the field get Ice Armor Halo. Gained a 900 defense bonus and an additional 50% damage resistance. It can be said, if such a dark creature appeared on the territory of other lords would not have the slightest chance to resist. Add 900 points to all dark creatures' defense. How does this make people beat? Even here with Qin Yi, Lame Li and Akasha, the two Emperor-level servants, changed their expressions slightly. Their attacks, which fell on the dark creatures at this time, were basically unable to break the defense. Even Emperor-level attendants can't break the defense. One can imagine what would happen to other lords. Looks like this monster can't be shot by Lame Li. Qin Yi shook his head. No way, I can only let Shouta go up. Instruct the world. At the same time, Qin Wangying started a big move while expanding his territory. All allies in Qin Yi's territory increased their bonus attack power by 100%. Then, all fell. Su Daji opened up on the spot, and Qin Yi still sent the dead Soul Frost Bone Dragon around her with the ability to circulate in the void. She was charmed and controlled on the spot. It stands to reason. The giant dragon likes the giant dragon, and the bone dragon likes the bone dragon. It is very outrageous that this frozen soul frost bone dragon is charmed by a human woman. But no way. Who made this Su Daji's skill setting in the dark world? Then, this dead soul frost bone dragon, a frightening existence, just appeared in Qin Yi's territory, and was directly teleported by Qin Yi inexplicably, and then was inexplicably charmed. Subsequently, all the demon mages attacked this soul frost bone dragon at the same time. Countless orbs fell on it. Minus 7,848 crit. Minus 1,885. Minus 1,799. ... This damage gap came out all at once. The defense of this soul frost bone dragon is too high. If it weren't for Qin Wangying's big move, Instruct the World, even the demon mages would be able to break the defense. If this is replaced by other lords, there is no need to think about how to fight. Just think about how to start over. Fortunately, Ying Zheng and Little Fox, two legendary existences, cooperated with each other. Even in the face of the Frostbone Dragon, the damage dealt was still terrifying. Under this round of concentrated fire, he directly killed nearly half of his blood. Guardian Sphere. The Little Fox opened the body protection orb, which was directly circulated by Qin Yi and teleported to the Frostbone Dragon. And the Frostbone Dragon turned back towards her and spit up a dragon breath. This dragon breath damage is obviously extremely high. But the protective orb can be completely immune to damage, directly blocking the opponent's frost dragon breath. Demon Umbrella Arrow. The Little Fox sticks to his face to release this one skill. When she is upgraded to 2 stars, this Demon Umbrella Arrow skill can release 5 Demon Umbrella Arrows at one time. And in the case of Sticking Face, these 5 Demon Umbrella Arrows all hit the Dead Soul Frostbone Dragon. Minus 5115. Minus 10,012 crit. Minus 5204. Minus 9962 crit. Minus 4945. With the 5 blood red damage numbers floating from the top of the Frostbone Dragon, the blood bar of this epic monster was emptied in an instant. Good guy. This is a melee mage. Qin Yi couldn't help but marvel. The 5 Demon Umbrella Arrows are released in a fan shape. If they are released far away, only one Demon Umbrella Arrow can hit the same target. But once you stick to your face, 5 Demon Umbrella Arrows can hit the same target, instantly output explosion. When the Dead Soul Frostbone Dragon was killed, Lin Mengyu, who was standing beside Qin Yi, was already beating fast, and she was stunned by this scene. Epic monster. As soon as he appeared, the Emperor-level attendants in the field almost lost their role. The result was almost a spike. Legendary servant, is it really that strong? It's outrageous. Lin Mengyu was frightened, and Qin Yi was also relieved. With a hand, the void circulated, and the equipment dropped by the Dead Soul Frostbone Dragon was collected. Glacier God Bow, 7-star Attendant Equipment Bow and Arrow Weapon. Attack plus 360, range plus 770 meters, rate of fire plus 120%, critical strike rate plus 50%. Attacks have a 30% chance to trigger Permafrost Glacier, which freezes all enemy targets within 200 meters. After 3 seconds, the glaciers burst, causing high damage. Close black lens bracket. Equipment requirements. Level 17. 7-star weapon, a touch of orange light shines. A bow and arrow. This bow and arrow attribute is good. Qin Yi's eyes lit up. As for the effect of its Permafrost Glacier, you have to try it before you know it. Lime Li, give it a try. This weapon can only be used by Lame Li. Qin Yi didn't need to hesitate and gave it to him directly. Thank you, my lord. Lame Li respectfully saluted, and took the glacier bow with both hands. Then, on the spot, he shot arrows at the massive monsters under the city wall. When he fired the third arrow, he finally triggered the Permafrost Glacier. In the next instant, a terrifying glacier spread around, freezing all the monsters within 200 meters. After just 3 seconds, Glacier burst. Minus 2,228. Minus 4,506 crit. Minus 2,338. Minus 4,498 crit. ... Large swaths of dark creatures were all killed by the damage of the glacier burst. It hurts. So high. Qin Yi was a little surprised when he saw this. Because of the current Lame Li, the basic attack is only 408 points. But after owning the Glacier God Bow, the output has changed directly. Of course, this is the Instruct World of Emperor Qin Yingzhang, which doubles the attack, but it cannot deny the power of this epic glacial bow. As expected of a 7-star orange equipment, epic equipment, Qin Yi was a little emotional. If so, whether it's Akasha or Lame Li, they all have high-grade equipment. In this case, as long as they reach 2 stars, their combat power rating can easily surpass that of the Shadow Werewolf Tist, who is currently the first on the 20-level Squire list. Ranking of servants is not just about combat attributes. The most important thing is to look at the hidden combat rating. Equipment is especially important. When the Shadow Werewolf was on the list, there was only a set of 4-star Attendant equipment. Compared with the current equipment of Qin Yi's Attendant. One in the ground and one in the sky. ... When Akasha and Lame Li each have powerful Squire weapons, the speed at which they swiped their military exploits was significantly faster. Elite level and warlord level monster small bosses, they can also deal with them alone. Under the constant refresh of dark creatures, their combat achievements have skyrocketed. At this speed, wait for the end of this dark bait time. It's almost time to get to level 20. The Lord's rating can reach the SSS level, and the attendants can also take the top 5 on the list. You can get the second Lord ability. Qin Yi made an estimate. There are still more than 20 minutes left, and it will be his last big improvement today. Because the dark decoys that can be purchased in the Lord Core are at most level 5 decoys. Higher level decoys do exist, but they cannot be bought in the Lord Core. That's when he continued to destroy the dark decoys and the servants. Military exploits continued to improve. A system prompt came suddenly. Open black lens bracket. You have gained a new territory. Close black lens bracket. Territory coordinates 0, 10. The territory produces source crystals per hour, 15 plus 25. Number of lords with vision of this territory, 4. Note: since the territory is jointly occupied by 4 lords, the source crystal income you get from the territory is reduced to 1/4. Upon hearing this prompt, even Qin Yi was a little surprised. 4 lords, what's up with this territory? He glanced at the map. It was Emperor Qin Yingzhang, 10 kilometers north of his Earl Dervish territory, that is, after crossing the Yuanjing Mine Valley, and continuing to go 4 or 5 kilometers north. And in this territory, there is a dark demon lair. Once occupied, this dark monster lair will continuously refresh the dark creatures, which is equivalent to the artifact of brushing military exploits. No wonder, before I came, there were already 3 lords fighting here. Qin Yi glanced at it. I saw that in the territory of that grid, there are many soldiers running around, all kinds of skills flying around. 3-way melee. This is not to persuade a fight. Qin Yi's eyes lit up. In such a lively territory, this is the first time he has seen him in the dark world. Certainly, to persuade is to persuade, but there is no need to worry too much. The highest priority for him at the moment is to upgrade to level 20. My territory has expanded to 11 kilometers * 9 kilometers. From east to west, 11 squares. From south to north, 9 grids. If you stand on the city wall of Qin Yi's territory, if you look around, it is already an extremely open grassland. From the initial territory, 5 kilometers to the north, is a canyon of Yuanjing Mine with a horizontal 6 kilometers. 5 kilometers further north is the location of the Dark Demon's Nest that was just discovered. Generally speaking, in the early stage, there were really no lords who dared to expand the territory into a square like him. But for Qin Yi, he needs to build a 9 kilometers * 9 kilometers city, so his territory must be bigger than this. There are more than 10 minutes left in this wave of dark bait. When it's over, upgrade to a level first, and then deal with this 3-party melee territory. Qin Yi was not in a hurry. He continued to farm monsters with peace of mind. Waves of dark creatures continued to appear from the edge of darkness, and were directly killed into dark energy. That's when he probed into the territory where the Dark Demon Lair was located. The 3 lords who were in a state of war immediately became vigilant, and they stopped the war unexpectedly, and each opened their own arms. Anyone else explored this territory? I don't know which direction it came from. It seems that the competition in this Dark Demon Lair has become more intense. These 3 lords all have the vision of this territory. No doubt, once you completely occupy this territory, you can have a dark demon lair. At that time, it will be much easier to brush up on the servants. So none of them want to give up. After several days of competition, these 3 lords can be said to be evenly matched, and they are all familiar with each other. Then, when Qin Yi explored, these 3 lords actually had some kind of tacit understanding. Soldiers were dispatched and secretly communicated. How about we join forces to kill the newcomer first? I agree, otherwise we will fight for a few more days, and the troops will be exhausted, and the 4th person will take advantage of it for no reason. 3-on-1 is relatively easy, I can accept it. A temporary alliance was formed. Level 15 Non-State Lord. Level 18 Western Federation Lord. Level 19 Star Lord. These 3 lords are all dark lords who have entered the dark world for more than half a month, or even more than a month. There are already more than 100 squares in their respective territories. If they fight outside, they will not have any psychological burden. Anyway, at most they lost a few troops, and it was difficult for the opponent to track down where their initial territory was. The larger the territory, the safer it is when expanding externally. As for this dark demon lair, afterwards, we may be able to stand alone for a day. If there is an invasion by a foreign enemy, we will join forces to fight the enemy. The merits are equally divided, and the risks are shared. This proposal was unanimously approved by the 3 lords. Under normal circumstances, there is a lot of cooperation between such lords. Unfortunately, they don't know. What kind of existence is the newcomer they decide they want to kill first? Although they have developed for a long time. But in front of today's Qinyi, putting it all together is not enough. After 10 minutes, in the territory between Qinyi and Lin Mengyu, all the dark creatures were killed. The dark bait has finally run out. And this wave, Qinyi's harvest is unimaginable. The source crystal alone has harvested 2.8 million. After all, it is a dark decoy of level 4 and 5, and the dark creatures attracted are not only high level, but also have more high level monsters than before. There were 6 Emperor level monsters alone. A total of 4 6-star attendant equipment dropped. Qinyi put on Akasha and Lame Li first. And, due to the greater number of high-grade monsters, this time the Dark Decoy provided more total combat exploits than before. 9-tailed demon fox Su Daji. Finally upgraded to Samsung. Your attendant, 9-tailed demon fox Su Da has been upgraded to 3 stars. HP, 10980 right pointing arrow 14640. Defense, 432 right pointing arrow 576. Skill 4 dumping is strengthened. Enchanted enemies are attacked and will not wake up from the charmed state. When Qinyi raised the star of the little fox, his eyes suddenly lit up. From 2 stars to 3 stars Xiao Daji, the attribute bonus has been increased from 200% to 300%. That is to say, life, attack, and defense have tripled from the base to quadruple now. The most important thing is the enhancement of Skill 4, the fall of the masses. The charmed enemy will not wake up from the charmed state when attacked. Isn't this invincible? Charm lasts 60 seconds. As long as Daji's ultimate move is activated, all the enemies around him will fall into a state where he can only be beaten. Certainly, if some enemies have the property of controlling resistance, then the charm will not last as long as 60 seconds. And the cooldown time of Daji's skill is too long, and it can only be released every 20 minutes. If a close war really occurs, it can only be used at a critical moment. Finally, Samsung, you can go back to Blue Star with me. When this time is over, I will take you to Blue Star to play. Qinyi touched the little fox's head. Oh, Su Daji seemed very happy. She from Samsung can finally go to Blue Star where he is with Qinyi. This is what she has been looking forward to. Certainly, now is the critical moment for Qinyi to be promoted to level 20 Lord. She was well behaved and didn't bother Qinyi. And Qinyi continued to give the attendant a star rating. The one-eyed shooter, Lame Li, also won more than 15,000 military exploits in this dark decoy. Qinyi directly raised it to 2 stars. Open black lens bracket your attendant, one-eyed archer, Lame Li, has been upgraded to 2 stars, close black lens bracket. 2280-6840. 4,081,224. Open black lens bracket defense. 110 right pointing arrow 330 close black lens bracket. Skill 3 armor piercing arrow is strengthened. The shot armor piercing arrow will gain a 100% critical strike rate. Close black lens bracket. Skill 4 guide of the wind has been strengthened. The status duration has been increased from 10 seconds to 60 seconds. Close black lens bracket. From 0 stars to 2 stars, Lame Li's combat power has skyrocketed. The combat attributes are directly tripled. As for his 3 skills and 4 skills, they have been unlocked before. The 3-skill armor-piercing arrow, which can be charged with 1 arrow, can ignore 50% of the target's defense, and now has a 100% crit rate after being strengthened. The 4th skill Wind's Guidance. This is a status skill. The range is increased by 100% after activation, and the arrows shot during the period automatically track the target. Originally lasted 10 seconds. After strengthening, it lasts directly for 60 seconds. With the addition of a 7-star equipment Glacier God Bow, a 6-star leather armor, and a 6-star pendant, Lame Li's combat power has surpassed that of the Shadow Werewolf. Qinyi compared the list and was satisfied. The key is the 7-star equipment. The added combat power is too much. The Shadow Werewolf on the current list, a set of level 4 equipment is incomparable. So does Akasha. Open black lens bracket your attendant, Sky Queen Akasha, has been upgraded to 2 stars, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket HP, 2616 right pointing arrow 7848 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket defense, 207 right pointing arrow 621 close black lens bracket. Passive talent is strengthened. The effective range is increased from 1 grid territory to all your own territories. Close black lens bracket. Skill 4 Unbreakable has been strengthened. The passive talent effect is increased after release, from 3 times to 10 times. Close black lens bracket. This beautiful Sky Queen can be said to have carried out the defense to the end. Her passive talent is an aura effect that grants allies 85 defense and health regeneration per second. Originally, it only took effect on friendly units in a territory, but after the enhancement, it will take effect directly on all friendly units in your own territory. Her fourth skill, Unbreakable, the effect is that within 20 seconds after the release, the passive talent effect triples. And after strengthening, 10 times. That is to say, when she releases her ultimate move within 20 seconds, all allies in the territory will gain 850 defense and health regeneration. Qinyi's unit defense itself is high. Add those 850 points. It will be completely impregnable. The 2 Emperor level attendants, although their rank is slightly lower, still have their own roles in Qinyi's camp. Then, when Qinyi raised the star rating of these 3 attendants, he glanced at the system prompt. Open black lens bracket under the current level, your Lord rating is SSS level, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Lord please upgrade as soon as possible, close black lens bracket. Hidden information. Level 20 Lord rating limit is SSS. Finally reached the limit rating of SSS level. Qinyi breathed a sigh of relief. It's time to upgrade. But before the upgrade, he can still operate it. Emperor Qin's Yingzheng rose to 1 star. Bingdi's Flower Xiaoqiao rise to 1 star. These 2 have not enough combat exploits, so they can only be promoted to 1 star for the time being, but with just 1 star, their combat power is already strong enough. Costs 36,100 source crystals. Level up to level 20. With Qinyi opening the Lord Core, select the upgrade command. Your Lord Core is upgraded to level 20. Open black lens bracket You have obtained the SSS level special ability, Dark Physique, close black lens bracket. Congratulations to your attendant, Eternal Emperor Yingzheng, for ranking first on the 20 level attendant list and getting a reward. Congratulations to your attendant, Nine-tailed Demon Fox Su Daji, for ranking second on the 20 level attendant list and getting a reward. Congratulations to your attendant, Biandijua Xiaoqiao, for ranking third on the 20 level attendant list and getting a reward. Open black lens bracket Congratulations to your squire, One-eyed Archer Lame Li, for reaching number 4 on the level 20 squire list and getting a reward. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Congratulations to your attendant, Queen of the Sky Akasha, for ranking 5th on the 20 level attendant list and getting a reward. Close black lens bracket. No one thought of it. Qinyi's rise was faster than everyone expected. Qian Wang's. When countless lords were talking about it, the list of level 20 servants was refreshed like this. Originally, there were still people researching the shadow werewolf on the list. But in a blink of an eye, people find out. After the 20th level attendant list was refreshed, from the 1st to the 5th list, all of them were replaced. Fog Grass, Shadow Fiend Lord, he's coming, he's coming. Hey, legendary servant, Emperor Qiangu, Yingzheng, this is too terrifying, there are legendary servants only at level 20. Have you noticed? The nine-tailed demon fox, which was only epic at level 10, has now become legendary. The top 5 were all taken over by the Shadow Demon Lord. Where did he get the fragments of the gods? Isn't it a reward for the 10th level squire list? That's too cool, isn't it? Ha 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 ha, who made a bet with Lao Su just now? I said that the Shadow Demon Lord will definitely win the first place, you don't believe it, ha ha ha. What happened? Slap in the face. But his speed is too fast. How long has it been since he developed to level 20? And there are 2 legendary servants. Jealousy makes me out of shape. If only I had a legendary squire. Let's not talk about the legendary level, just the epic level that ranks 3rd, I can enjoy it for a lifetime. Shocked. Both the Emperor level marksman and the Queen of the Sky, how come they have a higher score than the Shadow Werewolf with only 2 stars? Look at the equipment, it's actually a 7-star epic equipment. Tianshou my shadow magic brother. A time. The refresh of the 20 level attendant list has shocked the world. A being named Eternal Emperor Ying Zheng broke the 20-level attendant list, a record for 30 years. Zhongdu Lord University. Freshman Seminar Room. The 7 freshman tutors were completely shocked at this moment. Legendary. 2. Eternal Emperor Ying Zheng. What is the origin of this? Presumably, this is the existence that can train the Dakan Iron Cavalry. The instructors were stunned. This Shadow Demon Lord is really terrifying. If someone was near the Shadow Fiend Lord, wouldn't it be outright despair? There is no way out at all. And this time, Su Yubing asked a question. Did you find it? This 1-star Emperor Ying Zheng, who is ranked first, has only 1 star, but his combat power is higher than that of the 3-star 9-tailed demon fox. It's obviously the same legendary level. It was only after listening to other teachers that they realized this. They were all so shocked just now that they didn't look closely. Now that Su Yubing said that, she finally reacted. That's right. This situation is not quite right, and the equipment of these 2 legendary servants is similar. This has happened before, and there is only one possibility, that is the mount bonus. But this ancient emperor is not a knight, but a commander. If he has a mount, this star surpasses 3-star attributes, at least it is a general level, or even a prince level mount. How did this Shadow Demon Lord develop? In such a short period of time, shouldn't there really be a high-grade mount? Mentors all took a deep breath. This is really incredible. Too bad they don't know that Qin Yi not only has a mount, but the level of the mount completely exceeds their estimates. Purgatory Warhorse. It is an emperor-level mount, directly adding 400% of all attributes. It is equivalent to raising the attendant by 4 stars. It's just that this full attribute will not be inherited by the trained arms, but Qin Huang Ying Zheng's personal combat power rating has been greatly improved because of this. Let him surpass Su Daji and reach the top. Zhongdu Lords Association. In the association, the major lords are also discussing about the Shadow Demon Lord. Vice President Lin, what do you think? 95. Suddenly someone asked Lin Warring States. Lin Zongguo, also known as Lin Mengyu's father, looked at the newly refreshed list of level 20 servants. 890 was a little dumbfounded. 5 attendants, 2 legendary grades, directly swept the top 5, all of them were servants of the Shadow Demon Lord. It makes Lin Warring States a little hard to believe. How can I see? Lin Zongguo immediately reacted when he heard someone ask. Anyway, this Shadow Demon Lord is from our Eastern Federation, although it is not clear who it is, but the potential he has shown is enough to show that our Eastern Federation will continue to do so in the future. It's a good thing to have a super lord. 5. On the surface, he remained silent. But when he turned around, he smiled crookedly. Who made his daughter Lin Mengyu have a good relationship with the Shadow Demon Lord now? Shadow Demon Lord is stronger. His daughter Lin Mengyu will be safer. How could this make him unhappy? At the same time, Qin Yi stood on the city wall of his own territory. Looking at the various rewards issued by the system, I am satisfied. Nobody knows. He directly swept the top 5 of the 20th level attendant list. How many rewards did he get? Let's first look at the new SSS level Lord ability, Dark Physique. Dark Physique. SSS level Lord ability. Can be transformed into darkness, immune to any damage. Energy is consumed when incarnating in the dark. Source crystals can be absorbed to replenish energy, and the body will be restored when the energy is exhausted. Close black lens bracket. Turn into darkness and be immune to any damage. Isn't this invincible? Compared with the previous SSS level Lord ability, Void Circulation, this Dark Physique is absolutely on par. What kind of incarnation method is this incarnation of darkness? Qin Yi was a little curious. He raised an arm and tried to use this ability. Immediately afterwards, he discovered that his arm had turned into a black mist. He can change the shape of this black fog at will. He found that he could also let the black mist escape from his body. I'm out of hand. Qin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw that the black fog could actually fly away. He glanced at his sleeves, which were empty. At the CGCI, broken arm, there was no blood, only the same black mist lingered. Return. Follow his thoughts. The black mist returned and became his arm again. He took a closer look. There was no change in his arm from before. He still felt pain when he was pinched, and there was still blood when he was stabbed. It seems that this incarnation of darkness will not affect my body. As long as the dark form is lifted, I will still be me. If the arm is darkened alone, the energy consumption does not seem to be very fast. Qin Yi made an estimate. It looks like 100 source crystals are consumed every minute. If the whole body is turned into darkness, it will definitely not stop. Qin Yi gave it a try. The whole body turned into darkness, into a mysterious black mist. He can arbitrarily decide the shape of this black fog. No way. This is because I named him the Shadow Demon Lord, so you gave me such a lord ability. This is a real shadow demon. Qin Yi was a little shocked. He turns into darkness and can flutter at will, wander around the city walls. It made the demon wizards and attendants guarding the city wall tense for a while. They don't know their lord. What happened? Why did it suddenly turn into a black fog? It was not until Qin Yi returned to his original state that the surrounding attendants and soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. This ability, so cool too. As long as you turn into a black fog, you are equivalent to invincibility. Back to reality, there is no need to worry about nuclear bombs or anything. Although it is necessary to absorb the energy of the source crystal, Qin Yi's source crystal income is enough to support him to use this ability. And below this ability, there is a line of small remarks. Note 1. When the dark world turns into darkness, you can actively disperse the black fog, which is regarded as territorial expansion. Note 2. When the dark world turns into darkness, the territory can be shrouded in black mist again, which is regarded as giving up territory. This is an add-on to this SSS level Lord ability. It can actively disperse the black fog, which is regarded as territorial expansion. It is also possible to make the territory covered by black fog again, which is regarded as giving up the territory. Have to say, this feature is also quite useful. Speaking of the first territorial expansion function, he is now level 20, and his territorial limit is 400 tiles. If he uses all of the Seal of the Mist, he will need 8 million source crystals to purchase. But with the Lord ability of Dark Physique, these source crystals can be saved. And, the further development goes, the more source crystals can be saved. Thousands of crystals, hundreds of millions of source crystals. Even, it is not impossible to save hundreds of billions of source crystals and trillions of source crystals in the later stage. The second, Abandoning Territory, function is an ability that only Qin Yi has. Other Dark Lords can only expand and cannot give up. And after Qin Yi has this SSS level ability, can voluntarily give up territory. In the case of the upper limit of the number of territories in the early stage, the function of giving up territories allows him to select some territories with higher value to keep. Territories of little value, then simply give up. Still very convenient, as expected of an SSS level ability. Qin Yi couldn't help but sigh. Immediately after, he looked at the backpack, and since all the 5 attendants were on the rank 20 attendant list, he once again received a lot of rewards from God Fragments. Qin Huang Yingzhang, thanks to the help of the Purgatory Warhorse, reached the top and directly received 180 God Fragments as a reward. The little fox Su Daji, who rose to 3 stars, came in second, and received 150 God Fragments as a reward like last time. The third little Zhou, rewarded with 55 God Shards. The fourth Lame Li, rewards 30 Deity Fragments. The fifth Akasha, rewards 25 Deity Shards. It adds up to 440 Divine Fragments. There were 20 Deity Shards left before. That is, 460 in total. Qin Yi sighed. It is really difficult to make the attendant upgrade from the legendary level to the mythical level. The demand for 1000 God Shards is no wonder that until now, all Blue Star has never heard of anyone owning a mythical servant. Then, after obtaining these deity fragments, Qin Yi faced 2 choices. The first option is to save up these deity fragments, and when you have enough 1000 pieces, upgrade one of them to the legendary level to the mythical level. The second option is to go up if you can. Lame Li, Akasha, Zhou. All can directly rely on these God fragments to upgrade their grades. Qin Yi thought for a while and decided to choose 2. After all, first upgrade the ranks of the servants, and when you reach level 30, you can get more ranking rewards. This is what the saying goes, snowballing. Thus, his servants also became stronger. The total number of deity fragments he obtained has also increased, why not? But, Just when he wanted to raise the rank of the attendants, a series of system prompts came. Open black lens bracket. Your territory has entered a state of war. Coordinates 0, 9 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your territory has entered a state of war. Coordinates 0, 8 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your territory has entered a state of war. Coordinates 1, 8 close black lens bracket. The territory to the north, one block after another, was explored by other lords. Have entered a state of war. Qin Yi was a little surprised. He really didn't expect those 3 lords actually dared to take the initiative to attack. Originally, he wanted to persuade him to fight. But now it seems that those 3 guys are teaming up and want to beat him first. Qin Yi took a quick look at the map. I saw that in his territory, there were already the 3 lords of their respective arms, running and marching in a hurry. They spread out around each other. And civilians have been dispatched to build some defensive structures. An entire row of second-order sentry towers rose from the ground. There are archers, mages, spear throwers, and other types of arms, who have climbed the tower. These troops all face in the direction of Qin Yi. It was nearly 10 kilometers away from Qin Yi's initial territory. The lords of 3 different countries are ready for war. Now that you have decided to play 3 against 1, there is no need to hesitate. Unexpectedly, these 3 territories are the territory of the other side. I don't know where the other party's initial territory is. See which direction the opponent appears from, and let's decide which direction to fight. Because of these 3 lords, an alliance was temporarily formed. So you can choose a part of your own territory and share your vision within the alliance. Current situation. They each expanded towards Qin Yi's territory by 1 grid, and then the 3 grids of territorial vision were shared within the alliance. With vision, you can act. Just waiting for Qin Yi's soldiers to appear in which square, they will move towards which square and continue to expand. As we expand to the south, the lords we encounter all entered the dark world later. This lord is definitely not level 15. Not even level 10. We are too cruel, and the other side may be scared to pee. They are still relatively relaxed. After all, they are 3 on 1. Or go south. They had already learned before that the further south the vicinity was, the lower the lord level. Unfortunately, these 3 guys didn't know what they were about to face. What kind of existence? Since you choose to take the initiative to invade, there will be consequences. It's time to try new abilities. 10 kilometers away, Qin Yi stood on top of the city wall, looking at the past from a distance. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Utilize the ability after incarnation of darkness. He wants to find out where the opponent's initial territory is. It's easy. When the other side is still building fortifications in full swing, Qin Yi was already in the situation without the other party's knowledge. Get started. Into the dark, Qin Yi raised his hand, and his entire palm turned into a cloud of black mist. The mysterious black mist he transformed into is also a kind of energy. Nature can be transferred by void circulation. Void flows. Qin Yi used his abilities to cast this black fog. Directly teleported to the territory where the dark demon lair is located. In this territory, a dark monster nest leaning on the mountain wall presents a lacquered black hole, and sometimes there are some dark monsters running out of this nest. Then it was killed by the special soldiers guarding outside. Become the corresponding servant's exploits. According to the refresh rate of this dark demon lair, in one day, there will be nearly 10,000 battle exploits. For Qin Yi, this feat was not too much. But over time, it is definitely a considerable number. This territory, Qin Yi naturally wouldn't let it go. Right now, the cloud of black mist he incarnated was transferred to this territory by the circulation of the void. Divide directly into 3. None of the 3 lords found anything unusual until this black mist, divided into 3, flew in 3 directions. Dispel the fog. Expand your territory. Under Qin Yi's order, 3 black mists rushed directly into the darkness, dispersing the territory in black mist in 3 directions. His territory. There are 3 more territories directly. At the same time, the 3 lords who were preparing to encircle Qin Yi got a system prompt almost at the same time. Their territory. Enter a state of war. What's the situation? Isn't this the one next to the dark monster's lair? My territory has been probed. Strange, I am too. After the three lords communicated for a while, their expressions change. It is not surprising that the territory was explored by others and entered a state of war. But oddly enough, the three areas of the three of them were explored at the same time, and they were all in the dark demon lair next to them. This situation seems very strange. But for a while, they had no idea what was going on. Immediately after, the three black mists that Qinyi incarnated into continued to move forward. Dispel the dark fog. Expand your territory. Number of lords with vision of this territory, 2. When Qinyi got such a prompt, it meant that he was one step closer to the original territory of the other lord. And if he gets a hint that there is only one lord with the vision of the territory, it means that it is not the territory of the other party. Then just let the darkness refill the territory and give up the territory. Open black lens bracket. Your territory has entered a state of war, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your territory has entered a state of war, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your territory has entered a state of war, close black lens bracket. Those three lords who were ready to attack Qinyi. Hearing the system prompts continuously, his face became more and more ugly. Soon, they finally discovered that in their territory, a strange and mysterious black fog appeared, and quickly passed through their territory. On their own territory map, more and more territories are marked red, which means that other lords have gained the vision of the territory and put the territory into a state of war. And the area marked in red. Accompanied by the strange black mist, he moved forward quickly towards their initial territory hidden in the distance, approaching step by step. What is the black fog? Could it be some kind of ghost army? But this exploration speed is too fast. I already have 7 territories marked red. The three lords all took a deep breath. From childhood to adulthood, they all received a relatively good education in the knowledge of lords. But they have never heard of any existence similar to this black fog. It is completely beyond the scope of their knowledge. Qinyi directly divided into 3 ways to explore. All the way to the left, that is, to the west, under constant testing, he quickly approached the initial territory of the 15th level non-state lord. Lord level 15, the upper limit of territory is 225 tiles. But he shouldn't be full. So, under normal circumstances there should be around 100 tiles of territory. If it is normal, if Qinyi wants to find out the opponent's initial territorial location, I am afraid it will cost at least 100 seals of breaking the fog. But now, he can turn into darkness. The SSS level lord ability given by level 20 makes him feel like a duck to water in the dark world. This is a bit similar, the SS level lord talent, dark reminder, of an older generation of dark lords. The now terrifying dark lord, according to the hint of SS level talent, can completely explore the initial territories of other lords with great efficiency just like Qinyi is now. And now Qinyi, incarnate dark ability, belonging to SSS level ability. It is more simple and rude than the dark hint of SS level talent. After all, Qinyi doesn't even need to buy the seal of breaking mist. At the same time, the black fog that Qinyi was exploring to the north was targeting the initial territory of the 18th level Western Federation Lord. The black mist exploring eastward is to find out the initial territory of the 19th level Star Lord. Along the way, he found that the territory belonging to the 3 lords along the way began to become a bit desolate. Especially exploring north, from the original grassland terrain, it has become a somewhat barren land, and the green space has gradually turned into yellow sand. The opponent's territory is all twisted and irregular shapes. This is to prevent others from easily discovering the location of their initial territory. Unfortunately, the other party met Qinyi. When the black mist continues to explore on the opponent's territory, there are also many sentry towers along the way, stationed on many long-range attacking units. These soldiers, after discovering the black mist in which Qinyi was incarnated, also tried to launch an attack. Unfortunately, the black mist of Qinyi's incarnation is completely immune to any damage. However, when taking damage, it seems to accelerate the consumption of energy. Let me consume a lot of source crystals. Qinyi shook his head and didn't think much about it. The opponent's attack is not strong, and it doesn't consume much of his source crystal's energy. With a full calculation, at most 10,000 to 20,000 source crystals, you can explore all the initial territories of the other three lords. It was at this time. The three lords from different countries were all dumbfounded. On their irregularly shaped territory, the black fog twisted and twisted. Although it sometimes made mistakes, it quickly turned around and continued to move towards their original territory. This scene make them more and more heartbroken. Don't panic. Although this thing is weird, it is clear that it has no offensive ability. Possibly some kind of new lord talent we've never seen before. The other party is likely to have saved a lot of source crystals at one time. This time, we just borrowed this lord's talent to explore our territory and estimate our strength. Prepare for defense. Once the opponent approaches or even discovers our initial territorial location, we will definitely send troops to attack. At that time, the three of us will form an alliance, and it is impossible not to be his opponent. The three lords forced themselves to calm down, and their guesses are generally correct. Unfortunately, they are facing Qin Yi. 40 grids. 50 grids. Explore with the black mist all the way. Qin Yi found that he had already reached a distance of 40 or 50 kilometers in all three directions. It can be said to be very far away. The development route of these three people is to go south, choosing to bully some new lords with lower levels, so as to obtain their own development resources. I am afraid, in the process of the development of these three people, dozens of lords along the way have been wiped out by them. Until now, they met Qin Yi. Even if it is to explore by means of incarnation of darkness, more than an hour has passed. Qin Yi found out. The three lords' territories along the way were all ready for battle, and hundreds of special troops had been mobilized. In some key territories, the other side has built a thick towering city wall, which is the classic defense method of the Dark Lord. A large number of soldiers were sent to the front by them, because they decided to block Qin Yi's attack directly at the front line after deliberation. But they totally miscalculated. When Qin Yi was dispatched for an hour and a half, his first cloud of black fog finally came to the top of a 2 km*2 city. Here is the initial territory of the level 15 non-state lord. In the middle of this city is a pyramid-shaped lord's hall, which is used to protect the lord's core. Point 0. It is surrounded by towers and buildings. Thousands of soldiers and peasants walked through the building, looking at the black fog that appeared in the sky. These soldiers and peasants were all puzzled. What the hell is this? Qin Yi, on the other hand, observed the situation and structure of the opponent's initial territory. It's all second-order buildings. 400 defense, 5,000 HP. If it is against an opponent of the same level, it will take a day or two to demolish these buildings. And to reach his initial territory along the way, it will take 10 days and a half months. Unless there is some deep hatred, no one will be interested in this guy's original territory. Therefore, now the 15th level non-state lord, although he has been explored to the location of the initial territory, he is not particularly panicked. After all, there are two other lords in alliance with him, who are sending soldiers to the front. 3-on-1. It's impossible to lose, right? After Qin Yi got the vision of the opponent's initial territory, in his observation, an African youth wearing a silver armor, standing on the city wall, sneered at the black fog he transformed into. But, just the next moment, void flow. When Qin Yi showed this ability, a purgatory warhorse instantly landed in the middle of the opponent's initial territory. And on the warhorse, surrounded by flames, an emperor armed with a long sword and dressed in a black dragon robe broke into the enemy's base camp alone. When Qin Yi has the vision of the opponent's initial territory, he can teleport directly with the ability to circulate in the void. Just landed, a sword energy swept out. All the buildings within dozens of meters around him were smashed to pieces in an instant. Open black lens bracket Eternal Emperor Yingzheng close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Legendary level close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level 19 close black lens bracket. 3 lines of small red characters appear above the Emperor's head. With the appearance of this scene, the black face of the African youth suddenly became darker. Legendary, Eternal Emperor. This is the Shadow Demon Lord. This dark-skinned youth was originally relatively calm. But when Qin Huang Yingzheng appeared out of thin air in his initial territory, he could no longer calm down. The whole person is like completely falling into the ice cave. Lord Shadow Demon. The opposite is the Shadow Demon Lord. The African Youth Lord suddenly shouted desperately on the Alliance channel. Shadow Demon Lord. When the African Youth Lord shouted, the expressions of the other two lords changed drastically in an instant. Not long ago, they were still discussing this existence. In a short period of time, I rose to level 20 and refreshed the list of level 20 servants. Legendary Servant, 1 Emperor Ying Zheng. This extremely unfamiliar name has now become the existence of the entire Blue Star, and countless lords are talking about it. These 3 lords are of course no exception. Certainly. When they were talking about it, they never thought that it would have anything to do with them. After all, in their view, the dark world is so big, how could they be so unlucky to encounter such an existence that can leave a name in the history of Blue Star? They just chatted casually when they were in the Alliance and preparing to attack. The result was unexpected. They did meet. Moreover, the opponent is still the opponent they intend to attack. No way. How is it possible? The 19th level Star Lord couldn't help but ask on the Alliance channel. He has just entered the dark world, so he should be far away from us. Even if he is really near us, he shouldn't meet so soon. I thought it was impossible until I saw this scene with my own eyes. The voice of the African Youth Lord was already a little crying, my mother. Now the first emperor of the 20th level servant list, Kyonguyidi, is in my initial territory, and a sword can chop my second order building into pieces. Quote. Is it too late for me to surrender now? His remarks cause the other two lords to be silent for 8 or 90. They really don't know what to say. Comfort. They may soon encounter the same thing, as if they are not qualified to comfort others. The Shadow Demon Lord seems to be from the Eastern Federation. Surrender should be of no use. Even Han Yunshi, the popular female star of the Southern Dynasty, was directly destroyed by him. So, we can only take the initiative. That's right, take advantage of it now. The Shadow Demon Lord has not yet detected the initial territory of the two of us, so we will take the initiative to attack. Originally, they were going to play steadily. But now, apparently running out of time. In their territory, more and more territories are marked red, and the Shadow Demon Lords are not far away from exploring their initial territory. Then, their soldiers at the forefront began to hold the seal of breaking the fog and continued to move towards the south. Including the non-state lord. Although his initial territory has been attacked, he now has only one way left, and that is, besiege way to save Zhao. Hope to find out the initial territory of the Shadow Fiend Lord, so as to force the opponent back. Then, Qin Yi's territory, starting from the north, was also marked in red one after another. The other three lords found that no matter where they expanded, as long as they went south, they all seemed to have become Qin Yi's territory. Also at this time, Qin Huang Yingzhang has already destroyed the original territory of the African Lord. His attack was completely unstoppable by the level 15 non-state lord. Sweep Liuhe, Sword Swing 8 Wilderness, countless sword chi in the opponent's initial territory, intertwined into a net of sword chi. There are many archers and mages around, standing high, releasing their skills towards Yingzheng and launching normal attacks. Unfortunately, in the case of riding a Purgatory Warhorse, plus a 6-star Attendant armor, Qin Huang Yingzheng's defense reached nearly 3,000 points. In this state, even Su Daji's basic attack can't break the defense, let alone these only elite level and overseer level arms. Attack his mount. Kill his mount first. The 15th level non-state lord, seeing a series of -0 and -0 appearing above Yingzheng's head, finally realized the problem. The first time, let your subordinates turn the fire and attack the Purgatory Warhorse. Unfortunately, his archers and mage soldiers attacked the Purgatory horses, but they still couldn't break the defense. At this time, a 15th level, overseer level assassin attendant, at this critical moment, stepped forward. Mirror Shield. The assassin attendant activated the Mirror Shield skill, which could block any damage 3 times. In this case, a flicker came to the back of Qin Huang Yingzheng. Stab at the Purgatory Warhorse with a knife skill. -230 crit. The Purgatory Warhorse showed a blood bar, and was directly knocked out by this blow by about 7% of the blood volume. Good meat. This mount, I am afraid it is a mount that exceeds the princely level. The African Youth Lord reacted immediately. Run, run. He let his assassin attendant flee quickly. Unfortunately. Cut down the purgatory horse and still want to run. Qin Huang Yingzheng turned around and swung a sword towards the warlord-level assassin attendant. Puff! The sword energy fell on him, triggering a mirror shield, and the damage was blocked. The assassin turned around quickly, and a flash escaped a distance of dozens of meters. It stands to reason that Qin Huang Yingzheng was a close combat, and it was not so easy to catch up with him. But he has a 6-star common weapon, gathering killing intent, in his hand, increasing the attack distance by 180 meters. A sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, 3 quick swords swept out, directly smashing the mirror shield of the warlord-level assassin attendant, and the last sword directly emptied its blood bar, beheading it on the opponent's initial territory. Heavy crossbow, shoot his horse. At this moment, the 15th level African youth lord was dripping blood in his heart. His overseer-level assassin squire just died. Following him from the beginning to the present, the precious combat power was instantly killed. But now he couldn't care less. Quickly dispatch the heavy crossbow arrows in the territory. The heavy crossbow arrow is a second-order defense facility with an attack power of 500 points, but the cost is relatively high, and the attack speed is very slow, requiring 5 or 6 seconds to reload. At this moment, a total of 8 heavy crossbow bolts around the territory of this African youth lord have all been loaded. According to what the young assassin just tried out, the defense of the Purgatory Warhorse, as long as these 8 heavy crossbow arrows all hit, the Purgatory Warhorse can almost be killed in seconds. This is also the last resort for this African youth lord. 18. Right now, Void Flow. A white-skirted girl who looked a little soft and weak was immediately teleported to this territory by Qin Yi. Raise your hand. Hands fly over the Chinese medicine book. A line of ice flew out of her hand and linked to the Purgatory Warhorse. Xiao Chao, Skill 2. Ice and Snow Link. Release a line of ice to connect a friendly unit, so that both parties gain 100% defense bonus and restore 20% of their health per second. Close black lens bracket. When the ice line was linked to the Purgatory Horse, the blood volume that the Purgatory Warhorse has just lost is fully recovered in a second. And it got a 100% defense bonus. The base defense of the Purgatory Warhorse at this time is 176 points, plus the Queen's full picture halo adds 85 points of defense, adding up to 261 points of defense. After Xiao Chao came up to connect, the Purgatory Warhorse's defense doubled to 522 points. It just exceeds the attack power of the second-order heavy crossbow. Just the next moment, boom boom boom, 8 heavy crossbow arrows built on the surrounding city walls finally fired, 5 of which hit the Purgatory Warhorse, 2 hit Qin Huang Yingzheng, and 1 shot was empty. Unfortunately, the damage numbers hit by these heavy bolt attacks. All 0. Fog grass. Why did a maid come suddenly? It seems to be a doctor's assistant servant, linking the mount, and directly letting the mount's defense skyrocket. The African youth lord was instantly dumbfounded. Is this the third-ranked Biandijawa Xiao Chao? This shadow demon lord? In an instant, another servant was sent. This is so weird too. What means does he have? First, an inexplicable black fog protruded out of his initial territory, and then directly dispatched attendants to appear in his initial territory. Perspective. Teleport. The African youth lord is completely stunned. If Qin Yi knew what this person was thinking, I'm afraid he would have asked on the spot, "Brother, do you want to buy it?" However, Qin Yi's current attention is not here. The initial territory of this African youth lord. There are still many buildings. He directly asked Qin Wangyangzheng to cooperate with Xiao Chao, and with a single kill, he could kill the opponent's initial territory. At this time, Qin Yi was paying attention to the pace of the other party's continuous expansion to the south. Want to find my initial territory? Think too much. Qin Yi stood on the city wall, and one of the cuffs was covered with black mist, giving an extremely mysterious feeling. At the same time, Void Flow directly sent the one-eyed shooter, Lame Li, to the front line. This disabled Emperor-level archer attendant, holding a 7-star glacier bow in his hand, appeared 2 kilometers away from the opponent's advance team. Here is the blind spot of the opponent's field of vision, a completely dark area. But in Qin Yi's field of vision, it was a vast grassland. The field of vision is very wide. The opponent's advance team was a cavalry team. High defense, thick blood, and fast speed, Sprinting all the way to the south, Qinyi has already protruded several blocks of territory. Unfortunately, when Lame Li makes a move, the other party's exploration will end here. This wave is called moving target training. Fast as the wind. Lame Li activates Skill 2, which increases movement speed and fire rate by 100%. Immediately afterwards, directly separated by a distance of 2 kilometers, launched an offensive towards the opponent's cavalry. Due to the upgrade of the level, the range of this Emperor-level shooter has been increased to 2,300 meters. Coupled with the 7-star Epic Glacier Bow with an additional 770-meter attack distance, his range has reached more than 3,000 meters. An arrow was shot and landed directly on the cavalry in front of the opponent. Minus 3,055. Horrible damage numbers jumped out. Shoot the opponent on the spot. Disperse. Disperse. Accelerate. Accelerate. Directly turn on those with defensive skills. The opponent has taken a defense, which means that we have threatened the opponent's initial territory. Those 3 lords responded immediately. Immediately after, however, Lame Li fired a second arrow. This arrow directly triggered the special effect, Permafrost Glacier, of the Glacier God Bow. When the arrow hit the opponent's cavalry, a burst of permafrost glaciers spread across the field instantly, freezing all the cavalry within 200 meters of the opponent in place. And this, it is already 1/5 of the opponent's troops. If it weren't for the opponent's cavalry charging, they would be relatively scattered, and this wave would have wiped out the opponent's cavalry. After 3 seconds, permafrost glaciers burst. Bang bang bang. Minus 12,248 crit. Minus 4,885. Minus 12,150. All the frozen hostile cavalry were buried in the blast of the glacier. Hiss. This is a 7-star weapon, the Glacier God Bow. This is too fierce. The other 3 lords, at this moment, all took a deep breath. They can see the current equipment of the one-eyed shooter Lame Li on the leaderboard. So know that he is equipped with a Glacier Bow. But I didn't know how terrifying this red quality epic weapon was before. This moment, they saw it. Disperse. Keep dispersing. Rush. The 18th level Western Federation Lord was already stunned. Those cavalry are his elite troops. Every death is a great loss for him. When he was competing for the territory of the Dark Demon's lair, his cavalry could charge for hundreds of rounds without dying. Because his elite cavalry squires have a set of 3-star equipment, the defense is quite high. In the same level of war, these cavalry inherited the defense of the squires in percentage, very fleshy. But now, when facing the Shadow Demon Lord, these cavalry, he is completely vulnerable. Bat Demon troops, attack. Work with the Ground Knights to expand the territory southward, and the expanded territorial vision will be directly shared within the alliance. At this time, the 19th level Star Lord sent his few flying units. Bat Demon. It was a monster army with a bat body and a human head. A total of more than 20, flying from the sky toward the south. It seems that there are not only ground targets, but also flying targets. Lime Li, shoot them all down. Seeing this, Qinyi ordered it directly. When Qinyi ordered Lame Li to shoot, the one-eyed shooter raised the 7-star Glacier Bow in his hand on the spot. Aim at the bat demons in the sky and attack. Dash exclamation mark. Miss. Because the distance is too far, the other party moves flexibly in the air. Qinyi discovered that Lame Li's arrows could actually be dodged by the opponent. The speed of that group of bat demons is really not slow. Can hide. As long as his arrows can't hit, the special effects of the permafrost glacier will not be triggered. Hide for me, rush rush. The 19th level Star Lord, his eyes lit up. This is a great opportunity. As expected of a bat demon, a rare flying unit. This lord is usually reluctant to take the bat demon out to participate in the war, but he didn't expect to use it to deal with the Shadow Demon Lord now, and there is still a miraculous effect. The bat demons flying in the air move flexibly and can completely avoid arrows flying from thousands of meters away. It's not that the Lame Li can't shoot, but the distance is too far. The arrows all have flight trajectory. The opponent can dodge according to the trajectory of the arrow that has been shot. As long as the speed is fast enough, it can be done. Unfortunately, in this case, Lame Li directly activates the enhanced ultimate move. Guide to the Wind. After enabling this ultimate move, the attack range is increased by 100%, and the shot arrows can automatically track the target. Then, under the guidance of the wind element, one arrow after another shot towards the sky. The opponent's bat demon wanted to dodge the old trick again. Turn out, these arrows are fine. It was automatically tracked in the air. Fog grass, what's going on? Perspective teleportation is not enough, and a self-aiming lock. The three lords on the opposite side were shocked on the spot. On the Squire leaderboard, one can see Qinyi's Squire's combat attributes and 26 equipment. But can't see the skills of these servants. After all, the Squire skills are the existences that can influence the direction of the war. This kind of thing will not be made public by the list, it belongs to the hidden combat power of each Dark Lord. Crucial moments can be used as a killer. And this time, the other party did not expect that the one-eyed archer, Lame Li, an Emperor-level attendant, even had the ability to automatically track the arrows he shot. Puff, puff, puff. The group of bat demons flying in the sky were hit by arrows. Once shot, it's an instant kill. From time to time, a permafrost glacier will be triggered, and a large piece of frost will freeze in the sky, freezing all other bat demons that are close. When the glaciers burst, the frozen bat demons were all killed in seconds. This is so special. Let me get the headshot. Withdraw, 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 back all of them. It's a pity that they can't withdraw if they want to withdraw now. Lame Li, who has turned on the Guide of the Wind, has doubled the range and can directly attack targets 6 kilometers away. And all arrows are tracked automatically. Countless arrows shot out of the darkness one after another, chasing the opposing bat demons and cavalry. The special effect, Permafrost Glacier, of the 7-star glacier bow is triggered every second. Above this territory, countless glaciers burst, leaving the opponent's bat demons and cavalry units here forever. Such a scene. It made the faces of the three lords extremely ugly. Uncomfortable. So uncomfortable. Just confronting the Shadow Demon Lord, it gave them a feeling that the other party was completely invincible. Now, they attacked Qinyi's soldiers and horses, and they were all shot and killed in the middle of the road. In front of the Lame Li with the glacial divine bow, their soldiers couldn't get one step closer to Qinyi's initial territory. And their own territory. It is, while being surrounded by the black fog, he continues to explore continuously. More and more territories were marked red and entered a state of war. Make them feel more and more nervous. Just then, in the original territory of the African Youth Lord, Qin Huang Yingzhang had already gone crazy. When he began to destroy the other party's Lord's Hall, that is, the pyramid building, the other party's civilians, soldiers, etc. rushed up to block it with their lives. Just to procrastinate. Pity. There's no point in procrastinating now. Because, these three lords have been defeated in the front line. There is no hope of threatening Qinyi at all. Heavy crossbow, keep shooting. The young lord of the African country, his eyes were splitting at this time, commanded the heavy crossbow arrows on the city wall, and constantly attacked Qin Huang Yingzhang, the Purgatory Horse and Xiao Chao. Pity. All heavy crossbow arrows deal 0 damage. All he could do was watch. His pyramid-shaped Lord's Hall, under the sword energy of Qin Huang Yingzhang, was continuously destroyed and turned into ruins. In the case of crushing damage, the speed of dismantling the tower is too terrifying. Soon, the Lord Core of the African Youth Lord was exposed to Qinyi's vision. Lord Core, Big Black Lord, Open Black Lens Bracket Level, 1-5 Close Black Lens Bracket. Durability, 150,000. Injury reduction, 75%. The Great Black Lord is the title of its lord. 75% damage reduction, 150,000 durability, still a bit resistant to beatings. However, it's just a little bit resistant. Qinyi saw it in his eyes and didn't care too much. In this kind of flat push, no matter how durable the opponent's core is, as long as it can be moved, it will be destroyed sooner or later. Seeing Qin Huang Yingzhang, he began to attack the core of the Lord with sword energy. The durability of the core of the Lord is crazy. The Big Black Lord was bleeding. Can't help shouting, "Subordinate! Subordinate! I am an A-level talent. Willing to sign a subordination treaty. Don't destroy my core. A-level talent, would you like to be a subordinate?" All of these, it can only be said that it is not attractive to Qinyi. Not to mention A-level, even if this guy has S-level talent, Qin Yi doesn't bother to accept him as a subordinate. This big black lord is from Africa. Anyway, Qin Yi will only have one more subordinate position every 30th level. When he expands, there will definitely be many S-level talent lords that he will encounter. Why leave a non-state lord as his subordinate? Just then, the big black lord wearing silver armor did not wait for Qin Yi's reply at all. Instead, he suddenly jumped down from the city wall, and a burst of strength light condensed on his fist. With a whirlwind all over his body, it rolled towards the young girl Xiao Chao. Looking at his speed, he actually reached the speed of sound. This is the level 10 Lord ability of the Great Black Lord, Sonic Fist. Once hit, the target can be knocked back hundreds of meters, and the damage is quite high. In this case, the Big Black Lord didn't want to hurt Xiao Chao. Instead, he wanted to repel Xiao Chao, so that the ice and snow connection between her and the Purgatory Warhorse was broken. Sonic Fist. Break me back. The Big Black Lord's shout just now was just to attract Qin Yi's attention. His real last resort lies in this sonic punch. As long as Xiao Chao is repelled and the ice and snow connection is broken, the Purgatory Warhorse will not have such a high defense and can be hurt by heavy crossbow arrows. With one salvo, it is possible to kill the Purgatory Warhorse. In that case, Qin Huang Yingzheng would lose 400% of the attribute bonus from his mounts, and his combat power would not be as terrifying as it is now. This is his last chance. All it takes is surprise. Therefore, he would use the words, subordinate, to attract Qin Yi's attention. Unfortunately, this guy thinks too much. When he released the 10-level Lord ability Sonic Fist, brought a whirlwind and rushed towards the girl Xiao Chao at the speed of sound. A sword energy swept over directly from the side. Sword Swing 8 Wilderness. Even if the Big Black Lord was sprinting at the speed of sound, he could not avoid this terrifying straight-line sword chi and was directly hit by this sword chi. Minus 15,888. A sword, an instant. This Big Black Lord has turned into a white light hour, and he will not be able to return to the dark world for 24 hours from now. It seems that this guy still has some ideas. AJ. The difference in strength between the two sides is really too big. Seeing this, Qin Yi shook his head. It was this scene that made him feel a little bit more alert. Although it is said that his combat power is crushed, most of the lords who have reached more than 10 levels have some special abilities of their own. There's no telling when it will work wonders. It seems that in the future, we should kill the lord first. As long as you kill the lord, you won't be able to play any tricks. Qin Yi thought to himself. As the Big Black Lord was killed, his territory completely lost the ability to resist. Many dark-skinned civilians and troops fled everywhere in the territory. Qin Huang Yingzheng ignored these commoners at all. After killing the Big Black Lord, attack the core of the Lord directly. After just half a minute, the Lord core of the Big Black Lord shattered under the attack of sword energy. And with the shattering of the core of the Lord, in this territory, and all the buildings that he built, all soldiers, arms, and civilians in the territory that originally belonged to the Great Black Lord. In this moment, it all smashes together. In an instant, ashes vanished. On the one that Qin Yi explored, it was more than 40 kilometers long. Walls, soldiers, towers, and many more. In an instant, not even a trace was left. These territories are all clean. The war territory that was originally marked in red has now become an exclusive territory owned by only Qin Yi. In Qin Yi's field of vision, this scene was spectacular. And that's just a level 15 Dark Lord being defeated. If the core of a lord of level 30 or 40, or even level 70 or 80 was destroyed, the scene would be even more astonishing, because a lord of that level might have a territory of thousands of squares. You destroyed a level 15 lord core. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have received 434,000 origin crystal rewards. Close black lens bracket. This reward, even for Qin Yi, is not bad. Sure enough, defeating high-level Dark Lords will reward more and more. 55. Qin Yi accepted it unceremoniously. Then, give up territory. Qin Yi first sent the young girl Xiao Chao and Qin Huang Yingzheng back. Then, the black fog he incarnated broke the dark barrier around him in the original territory of the Great Black Lord. Countless black mists poured in again. In this way, this territory became a dark state for Qin Yi again. This territory 890 lands no longer belong to him, and he also lost his vision of this territory. And he gave up one by one. There is not much valuable territory within the territory of the Big Black Lord. At most, there are a few source crystal mines, but those source crystal mines are still relatively far away from Qinyi, all 20 to 30 kilometers away, and they are not very concentrated. If you really want these source crystal mines, it will occupy a lot of Qinyi's territory. There is no need for that. So, the territory on this route, he gave up all. At the same time, the black fog he was exploring northward had finally reached his next destination. More than 60 kilometers away, the initial territory of the 18th level Western Federation Lord. Around here, there is also a 2 kilometers * 2 kilometers city. The Dark Lords of this level basically build cities of this size, which are temporarily enough and easy to defend. When Qinyi incarnated the Black Mist, it came to the top of this initial territory. Looking down, it was found that both men and women, soldiers and civilians in the city were all dressed in very little clothes. The civilians who were working were all hot and sweating profusely. Here, it no longer belongs to the grasslands. It's a wasteland. It seems, the temperature is quite high. Qinyi didn't think much about it, raised his hand to release his ability to circulate the void, and sent Qinhuang Yingzhang here in the same way. With the experience of just dealing with the Big Black Lord, Qinyi wanted to find the place where the lord of the other party was first, and kill the lord of the other party first. But he looked around. Within the range of sight, I really haven't found where the other lord is hiding. There are many buildings in the city and the terrain is complicated. If the other party digs a basement to hide, it is really impossible for people to find out. When Emperor Qin Yingzhang rode a purgatory horse here, like a flame, it seems to have ignited the entire city. The soldiers and civilians stationed in the city all had their hearts racing, looking at this terrifying emperor from a distance. On the surrounding city walls, more heavy crossbow bolts have been expeditedly constructed. A total of 20 multiple crossbow arrows, all at this moment, aimed at the purgatory warhorse. It was at this time Qinyi heard a system prompt. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to the Shadow Fiend Lord. Your Emperor level mount purgatory warhorse has attracted its own kind to join us. Close black lens bracket. Number of purgatory warhorses +1. This system prompt made Qinyi's eyes light up. Can it still be so? Originally, he only wanted to kill these 3 lords. The result was unexpected. There is actually an unexpected harvest. In the hotter the natural environment, the more likely the purgatory warhorses will be attracted to the same kind to join and belong to Qinyi's subordinates. This condition must be the natural environment. The artificially high temperature environment has no effect on attracting purgatory horses. And this time, the initial territory of the 18th level Western Federation Lord, the temperature is relatively high. Because the terrain here is a wasteland. It's a profit. If we continue to expand in this direction, will we reach hotter terrain? Qinyi couldn't help but think. If you go to any desert terrain, the temperature will be higher, and the probability of attracting purgatory horses will be higher. A horse farm can be built at that time, specifically used to attract more purgatory horses. I want to make the overall combat power of the Dakan Iron Cavalry stronger. There must be a large number of purgatory warhorses. At this time, Qinyi found that on the way he was exploring, there were 2 gray-black paths on the ground. He didn't care too much before. But now, this seems to be a trace of lava flow cooling down. Isn't it possible that there are volcanoes, lava rivers, etc. nearby? Isn't that the place with the hottest natural environment? Qinyi's eyes lit up. As long as you follow these 2 gray-black magma flow traces, keep expanding. It is very likely to reach a place with extremely high natural temperature. Anyway, this opportunity, Qinyi will definitely give it a try. At this time, just in the initial territory of the 18th level Western Federation Lord, on the edge of the city, a purgatory warhorse with flames all over his body appeared in Qinyi's field of vision. It also appeared in the field of vision of the opposing lord. This purgatory warhorse was one size smaller than the one that Qinhuang Yingzheng rode. Although it is also an emperor-level existence, in terms of combat attributes, it is slightly weaker than the initial purgatory warhorse. It is the same as the inheritance of squire attributes with special units. The attracted Purgatory warhorses also inherit the original Purgatory warhorses by percentage. Known as Sub-Mountain. Mount. Purgatory warhorse Sub-Mount. Grade. Emperor grade. Open black lens bracket level. 19 close black lens bracket. Attraction probability. The probability of sub-mounts attracting the same kind is halved. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket HP. 2072 close black lens bracket. 175. Open black lens bracket defense. 123 close black lens bracket. Increase combat power against cavalry. 355%. The attributes of this Purgatory warhorse are not bad, mainly to improve the combat power of cavalry, which still reaches as much as 355%. Qin Yi looked at the attributes and was quite satisfied. It was at this time. The level 18 Western lords who had been hiding were all stunned. What's the situation? My territory also made him attract a mount. What a joke. Prepare heavy crossbow arrows, aim at those two mounts, and shoot in salvo. This lord gritted his teeth and ordered directly. When Qin Yi was still attacking the big black lord, this Western lord had already made preparations for the battle in advance. All the remaining source crystals were used to make heavy ballistas. On the city wall, there are now a total of 26 heavy ballistas, which are controlled by ordinary soldiers. According to their respective angles, they aimed at two Purgatory warhorses. Boom boom boom. Heavy bolt volley. At this time, this Western lord has realized one thing, that is Qin Yi's teleportation ability, which has a cooldown. Two existences cannot be teleported at the same time. So, he attacked two Purgatory horses at the same time. No matter which one Qin Yi wants to save, the other will be shot by heavy crossbow arrows. Even if he will be destroyed by the Shadow Fiend Lord, he will make the Shadow Fiend Lord pay the price. Unfortunately, Akasha open up. Qin Yi was calm and composed. Directly command the beautiful Queen of the Sky to start the ultimate move. Unbreakable. After releasing the ultimate move, all friendly units under his command will increase the defense by 850 points. Far more than the 500 attack power of the heavy crossbow. With Akasha open the ultimate move, the two Purgatory war horses that were dozens of kilometers away were covered with a layer of white light, and their defenses were greatly increased. Heavy crossbow bolts from all around fell on them precisely. But it can't be broken at all. -0, -0. A series of white damage numbers appeared, causing the Lord of the Western Federation to change greatly. How come there is such a means? This is too invincible. This Shadow Demon Lord, there's no way anyone can beat it. Quote. Unless it is a High Lord who is much higher in level than him, it is possible to suppress him by virtue of his level advantage. This Western Lord, his face is ashen. Originally, he also wanted to use the heavy ballista that was temporarily exploded to operate it. But he found that he had no room for manipulation at all. As Qin Huang Yingzong's long sword swept across, the sword qi lingered on the territory, and countless buildings were destroyed under the sword qi. In front of Qin Huang Yingzhong, there is absolutely no room for struggle by any means of this Western Lord. After just over 3 minutes, the core of the opponent's Lord was smashed by the sword energy. You destroyed a level 18 Lord core. L. Open black lens bracket. You have received 557,000 origin crystals as a reward. On a territorial line tens of kilometers long, buildings, civilians, soldiers, etc. originally belonged to the 18th level Western Lords. All at this moment, smashed, ashes. As the second Lord was killed by Qin Yi. The Lords who have the vision of Dark Demon's Nest have changed from the original 4 to only 2 now in a short period of time. The only contenders left were Qin Yi, and the last level 19 Star Lord. It was at this time. Qin Yi's last black fog has reached the initial territory of the 19th level Star Lord. As a result, he saw a scene that made him a little unexpected. The title of this Star Lord is Lord Jack. When Qin Yi invaded, this Lord didn't think of any way to resist, but was packing up and running away. All the way, Qin Yi found that all the civilians of Lord Jack were tearing down all the buildings at the fastest speed and recycling them into source crystals. Even when Qin Yi probed the opponent's initial territory, it was found that the other party had even demolished the Lord's Hall, and all the surrounding buildings had been demolished. This is too simple, isn't it? Lord Shadow Fiend, you are finally here. Perhaps you really want a subordinate with S-rank talent. I can tell you clearly that my Lord Jack is an S-level Lord talent. But unfortunately, I'm not your subordinate. A white young man wearing floral pants, in front of the core of the Lord, with a smile. Calm down, tease. Even if the territory is about to be destroyed, he does not panic. Because, adapt to the dark, S-level Lord talent. Every time the Lord core is destroyed, the next time you enter the dark world, the talent level will not be reduced, and the attributes of all allies will be improved. Close black lens bracket. He has such a Lord talent. Even if the Lord core is destroyed, he will get stronger and stronger. Entering the dark world for the first time, all attributes of his subordinates are increased by 20%. The second time he entered the dark world, the attributes of all his subordinates increased by 60%. Now, he has spent 8.1 million source crystals to purchase a level 3 Dark Lord card, entering the dark world for the third time. All attributes of your subordinates are increased by 120%. If his Lord core is destroyed again, he needs to spend about 72.9 million source crystals to buy a level 4 Dark Lord card and enter the dark world for the fourth time. All attributes of his subordinates will be increased by 200%. Equivalent to triple the initial attribute. It is also equivalent to starting all servants with 2 stars. People are full of stars and 9-star servants, and all attributes are 1000% of the base. For him it's 1200%. The growth limit of the servants is higher. Especially in the early stage, the 200% attribute improvement will allow him to easily crush other new lords around him. And each Dark Lord, there is an upper limit on the number of restarts, and a maximum of 5 times to enter the Dark World. Generally speaking, it is impossible for other lords to reach the reopening limit at all. Because after reopening it twice, even if the A-level talent has been downgraded to C-level, it is impossible to develop it. But, in this star country, Lord Jack, the more times he restarts, the stronger he becomes. Entering the Dark World for the 5th time at most, all allies' attributes will be increased by 300%. Therefore, this Lord Jack, seeing that he could not stop the Shadow Demon Lord at all, simply gave up. If possible, he certainly didn't want to be killed. After all, this is equivalent to having 5 lives, and in the end he only has 2 lives left, so it is impossible not to cherish it. But in front of the Shadow Fiend Lord, struggling is useless. Then simply lie down and do not resist. Take away what can be taken away, dismantle all buildings into source crystals, and extract them to the real blue star. Seeing Lord Jack, who was wearing floral pants, looked so calm. Qin Yi was also a little surprised. This guy. Something seems wrong. Do you think that your S-rank talent should not be my subordinate, am I rare? Qin Yi started directly. The next moment, the void flows. Qin Huang Yingzheng rode a purgatory horse and came to this territory. This is already more than 80 kilometers away. When the opponent had no resistance at all, Qin Yi easily destroyed the opponent's Lord Core. At this point, this territorial war about the Dark Demon Lair has finally ended. Except Qin Yi, the other 3 lords were all expelled from the Dark World by him. As for Lord Jack, he left the Dark World after saying those words. Back to Blue Star. After waiting for a while at my villa. Your Lord Core was destroyed by the Shadow Demon Lord. Close black lens bracket. It was finally destroyed. The young Star Jack, who was wearing floral pants, sighed. Don't say it yet. This third time he developed quite smoothly. With the 120% bonus of all the attributes of his servants in the early stage, he killed several new lords around him, including 2 or 3 lords of the Eastern Federation. As for the lords encountered after level 10, the territories are relatively large and irregular in shape. When faced with resource competition, he never backed down and was the ultimate winner every time. Until this Dark Alien Lair battle. Because it is too far away from his initial territory, he cannot fully fight for it. In the end, it was only a draw with the other 2 lords. Then, the Shadow Demon Lord appeared. It seems that it is still necessary to enter the Dark World for the 4th time. Restart. Fortunately, this time, the attributes of all my subordinates have increased by 200%. It should be smoother than last time. Lord Jack was also a little worried in his heart. Because, if he died after entering this time, even his father would not be able to help him. Entering the Dark World for the 5th time requires 650 million source crystals to purchase a level 5 Dark Lord card. He couldn't take out such a large amount of source crystals. Even his father can't get it out. So, the next entry for the 4th time is his best chance. Even if he is destroyed by others, he will have to wait until he earns 650 million source crystals before dying. This means, he entered the Dark World this time, and he had to stick to it for as long as possible. It can't be easily destroyed by anyone. Let's start. Young Jack took out the level 4 Dark Lord card that his father had prepared for him, worth 72.9 million origin crystals. Here with him, his family is rich, and it can really make him develop better in the Dark World, which can be said to break common sense. But like him, it is a special situation in itself. There are tens of billions of people in the entire Blue Star, and I am afraid that he is the only one in this situation. The 4th tour of the Dark World. Start now. Young Jack took a deep breath. Using the level 4 Dark Lord card, entered the Dark World for the 4th time. As the darkness dissipated, what appeared in front of him was a blue scene. A body of water that occupies nearly half of his territory channons. This is, facing the ocean, spring and blossom. Young Jack glanced at it, and his eyes suddenly lit up. No, this is not the sea. It's a freshwater lake. The problem of water and food has been solved directly, and the development is smoother now. For a Dark Lord, how to distinguish between seawater and lake water is a compulsory course. No matter what rivers, lakes and seas are in the territory, it means that food can be obtained through fishing, which can save a lot of food expenses. This place is not bad, it can start to grow, let's have a 10 draw first. Young Jack, very satisfied with his new initial territory. It was at this time, Qin Yi was turning into darkness, giving up all the territories that the 3 hostile lords had just explored. At the same time, he expanded along the 2 magma flow traces he just discovered. He wanted to find a place with a higher temperature, so that the Purgatory Warhorse would attract more sub-mounts. Suddenly a private chat from Schoolflower Lin Mengyu came. Qin Yi, I continued to expand south and found a big lake. It's time to fish, do you want fish? She looked very happy, not knowing that Qin Yi had killed 3 hostile lords of more than 10 levels just now. She doesn't even know. Lord Jack of one of the Star Kingdoms just destroyed by Qin Yi. Entering the Dark World for the 4th time. The initial territory obtained is not far from her next door, all by the lake. If only Lord Jack knew this. I'm afraid I'm going to cry to death, Xion. This time, not only is it not farther from the Shadow Demon Lord, but it is even closer. It's even a face-to-face. The distance between each other is no more than 5 kilometers. Certainly, now neither Qin Yi nor Lord Jack knows this yet. They are all in each other's darkness. Qin Yi was also a little surprised when he received Lin Mengyu's private chat. Have you reached the Great Lake? Not bad. 95. Then you can catch more fish and bring it to me when the time comes. Qin Yi replied. In this way, the civilians and soldiers in the territory will have food. Although each person had 3 source crystals per day, it was nothing to him. Save if you can. Especially when the population of the territory increases in the future, the cost of food is still a lot. Qin Yi, how many people do you have in your territory now? How much fish is enough to catch every day? Lin Mengyu asked curiously. There are more than 200 people now. Qin Yi calculated the answer. So much. Lin Mengyu was stunned all of a sudden. Qin Yi's population is growing too fast, isn't it? That's 200 people. This has to cost hundreds of thousands of source crystals to blast soldiers, right? It's too extravagant. You must know that Lin Mengyu only has a total population of more than 20 now. In my population of more than 20, there are only 12 civilians, and one of them is proficient in fishing. How long does it take to catch more than 200 people? The girl is a little confused and doesn't know how to count. Qin Yi's population is a bit large. Of course, from another perspective, this also made Lin Mengyu feel more secure. According to Qin Yi's development speed, this is completely invincible around here. Even if a high-level lord explores here, it will not threaten them at all. Qin Yi is so steady. I am really lucky to be his subordinate. My path as a lord is completely different from other lords. Lin Mengyu couldn't help but sigh. The other lords are developing with trepidation, especially in the early stage, as much as they can. But she doesn't need it at all. You can grow as you want. Anyway, Qin Yi can help her solve any enemies she encounters. When she thought so, she couldn't help but blush a little. She realizes, she seems to be relying on Qin Yi a little. This is not her man. If Qin Yi finds a girlfriend in the future, will it be inconvenient for her? Qin Yi didn't know what the girl was thinking about. He is busy with his own business. When he withdrew from the three lords, his territory count was only 893 and 115 tiles. All other useless territories were abandoned. In addition to his own territory of 11 kilometers * 9 kilometers, the only thing is to surround the Dark Demon Lair in the north and let the girl Xiao Chao go to kill monsters and take military exploits. And this time, with the ability to incarnate darkness, he is rapidly expanding toward the northeast along a scorched black trail flowing through magma. The amount of his territory is rapidly increasing. 200 grids, 220 grids, 240, until he expanded to the 377th tile territory. He finally came to a place where the temperature was extremely high. Entering from the mouth of a lava cave, going all the way down, it is like a furnace. In this underground, there are all rivers of magma, which are constantly flowing. Pieces of magma are fiery red, and the ambient temperature is so high that even the scene is a little distorted. This place is great. Qin Yi was content. The Purgatory Warhorse itself is burning with flames, and naturally it is not afraid of magma. On the contrary, this kind of environment can make the Purgatory Warhorse have a higher probability of attracting the same kind. When he used the ability of void circulation to send both Purgatory Warhorses to this underground magma river area, the system prompts: open black lens bracket. The current ambient temperature is extremely high, close black lens bracket. The probability of attracting the same kind of Purgatory Warhorse is increased, 1185%. Close black lens bracket. The probability of attractor mounts has been directly increased by nearly 12 times. If this continues, my Purgatory Warhorse will soon be able to form a scale. Qin Yi was looking forward to it. Because there are two Purgatory Warhorses here, the probability of attracting the same kind is superimposed. That is to say, the more Purgatory steeds he already owns, the faster he attracts his fellows. In that case, build a few towers at the mouth of the lava cave. Lime Li, you are guarding the entrance of the lava cave yourself. I will arrange 5 demon mages for you to cooperate with you. Anyone close to 1,000 meters, shoot directly. As soon as there is any abnormal situation, notify me directly. Qin Yi was still very cautious. Because the distance he has expanded this time is very far. It is more than 200 kilometers away from him. On the more than 200 grids along the route, there are more than 30 grids of territory marked in red. Those are all overlapping with the territories of other lords, and they have entered a state of war. However, Qin Yi was just passing by. So I don't bother to pay attention to who those territories belong to, and I don't care about the reactions of those lords. According to the calculation method that people have researched, the Dark Lord around the lava cave probably entered the Dark World 3 to 6 months earlier than Qin Yi. That is to say, it is very likely to encounter a powerful lord of level 30 to 50. A lord of this level is definitely a threat to Qin Yi. Because of their long development time and enough military exploits, many of the attendants have 5 or even 6 stars. Even if it is just an elite level or warlord level attendant, its combat power is definitely not weak. So, it doesn't hurt to be cautious. After sending the infernal warhorse to the underground magma river area, Qin Yi feels that he is very lucky. This level 20 dark physique ability came very timely, allowing him to expand his territory in the dark world very freely, and even give up his territory. Simply invincible. Otherwise, he really couldn't find such a good place to quickly increase the number of Purgatory Warhorses. Then, he checked the warehouse. Before he rose to level 20, there were still some things that he didn't have time to deal with. For example, deity shards. Now I have 460 deity shards. You can consider raising the rank of your servants. Qin Yi thought for a while. The second order heavy ballista still poses no small threat to him. More than a dozen second-order heavy ballistas, one round of salvo, can kill the Purgatory Warhorse. Not to mention the more advanced heavy ballista. So, Qin Yi intends to improve the defense of the entire army. The best way to improve the defense of the entire army is of course related to Akasha. After all, the passive of this beautiful Queen of the Sky is to improve the defense. Then, consume 50 deity fragments to raise Akasha to epic level. Consume another 200 divine fragments to raise her to the legendary level. Raise 2 ranks in a row. Open black lens bracket. Your Emperor level servant, Sky Queen Akasha, has advanced to become a legendary servant, Sky Queen Akasha. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. HP 7848 right pointing arrow 14400. Close black lens bracket. 1053 1380. Open black lens bracket. Defense 621 right pointing arrow 864. Close black lens bracket. Passive effect enhancement. Increases 85 right pointing arrow 400 defense and 85 right pointing arrow 400 HP recovery speed for all allies in your own territory. The effect will grow with the level. Close black lens bracket. Another legendary servant is born. Originally, Akasha had snow white wings. But after upgrading from 2 wing to 4 wing to 6 wing, in the end, she became a Sky Queen with 3 pairs of snow white wings, more majestic and brighter. This wave consumes a total of 250 deity fragments. But in the future, level 30 servant list, level 40 attendant list, even a higher level servant list, Akasha who has reached the legendary level, can completely help him earn these god fragments back, CGCI. So no matter what, this wave of improvement is unlikely to be a loss. It can be seen from the property changes. Akasha, who has improved by 2 ranks, has nearly doubled her blood volume. Attack and defense increase is not very obvious. But, passive effect, got a super boost. From the original 85 points of defense and blood recovery aura, it has become a 400-point defense and blood recovery aura. Directly enhanced by more than 4 times. Sure enough, this is the right choice. Qin Yi's eyes lit up. He is aiming at this passive effect to improve Akasha. Now it seems that this passive effect is simply invincible. Originally, even the Emperor-level Purgatory Horse had only a defense of over 100 at level 19, and it would still be dangerous to encounter heavy crossbow arrows. But now, the legendary defense halo directly increases the defense of the Purgatory Horse by 4 or 5 times. Standing still has more than 500 points of defense, and the second-order heavy crossbow arrow cannot break the defense. And there is another very important place. Buildings such as city walls have fixed durability and defense. Unless a rare special architectural blueprint is obtained, all buildings have the same durability and defense. And Akasha's passive aura also takes effect on all buildings. Directly make the buildings in Qin Yi's territory stronger than everyone else. Not to mention doubling the defense, it also has the function of automatically restoring durability. It is impossible for a lord of the same level to come over. Unless it is a lord who has reached the 30th or 40th level, or else, even a small stone on the Qin Yi city wall can't be knocked off. Have to say, this wave of improvement, absolute value. The key Akasha passive aura, as the level increases, the effect will become stronger and stronger. Therefore, he can now allow his mount to withstand the second-order heavy crossbow bolts. In the future, his mounts will also be able to withstand Tier 3, Tier 4, and even Tier 5 heavy crossbow arrows. Then, after consuming 250 deity shards, Qin Yi still has 210 deity shards left. Little Chow, there is no need to improve for the time being. Emperor-level Lame Li has a long enough range, so he can let it go for the time being. The Purgatory Warhorse is even more unnecessary. After all, there is no leaderboard for mounts, and raising its rank is pure consumption, and there is no follow-up benefit. It's better to wait for 10 consecutive draws in the future to see if you can draw a stronger mount. Qin Yi temporarily left 210 god fragments in the warehouse. Whether you want to upgrade Xiao Chao and Lame Li, wait until they reach level 29 and see when they need to make it to the list. And this time, because he destroyed 3 Dark Lords above level 10 in a row, he was rewarded with more than 1 million source crystals. He has a total of 4.55 million source crystals. No doubt, this is a huge sum of money. It can be used for 10 consecutive draws. Qin Yi's hands are itchy again. In fact, according to the textbook, 10 consecutive draws are not stable enough to improve combat power. Too much luck. If there are enough source crystals in the early stage, the safest thing is to do a good job in urban construction. For example, build the Lord's Hall, build city walls, build various other territorial facilities, etc. The larger the scale of the city, the higher the urban construction score, and the more refugees it can attract every day. These attracted refugees can all be transformed into civilians or soldiers, which is one of the important ways for the Lord to increase the population. The population determines the size of a Lord's legion. For example, Qin Yi's population is now just over 200 people. There are only 55 people in the Dakan Iron Cavalry and the Demon Mage. If you encounter a level 50 Lord, everyone will attack directly with a 10,000 strong army. With that kind of existence, the Squire star is already very high, and the attack is definitely not low. Coupled with various attack buffs, there is almost no situation where the defense cannot be broken. With a group of 10,000 archers, one person at a time, even a legendary servant like Qin Yi would not be able to resist. Simply put, now Qin Yi directly asks the attendant to take action. It's okay to abuse the vegetables. But when encountering high-level lords, it is not enough to rely on attendants. Not to mention, the attendant was dead and could not be resurrected, and no one could afford this loss. Therefore, in the end, it is still necessary to rely on the population to train into special arms to participate in the war. Just by bombing, to explode to tens of thousands of people, how many source crystals would it take? And as long as the urban construction is done well, it can attract an additional number of refugees every day, which does not cost money. Therefore, for the vast majority of lords, the improvement of the combat power of urban construction in the early stage is more than 10 consecutive draws. The key is to improve steadily, without luck. There are many lords who couldn't help but draw 10 consecutive draws, but failed to draw good servants. As a result, when they encountered other lords, they did not have enough soldiers to fight the enemy, and finally the core of the lord was destroyed. There are so many things like this. In the Eastern Federation alone, it appears tens of thousands of times every year. Therefore, urban construction takes priority over 10 consecutive draws. This is clearly written into the master's textbook and has been reminded many times. However, I am different from other lords. My recruitment is capable of tens of thousands of critical strikes. The income of these 10 consecutive draws is 10,000 times higher than that of all other lords. So I don't have any problem with the first 10 draws. Qin Yi thought to himself. Certainly, the words say so. In fact, the real reason for him to decide to draw 10 times in a row is that money is so capricious. His source crystal income is too fast. There is no need to be as meticulous as other lords. Chapter 71. Qin Yi glanced at the backpack. After the last dark decoy passed, he had a total of 8 recruitment books on him. This is dropped by high-grade monsters, and once it is dropped, there are 2 or 3 books. Unfortunately, the drop rate is as low as ever. Buy 2 recruiting books. Qin Yi opened the Lord Core interface and spent 59,000 source crystals to buy 2 copies. For him now, these 50 or 60,000 source crystals are nothing but drizzle. After the purchase, he had collected 10 recruitment books on him. Then, recruit. That's when he was about to draw 10 in a row. Just a few kilometers away from him, by the big lake. The new Lord from Shinguo, the young Jack, is also having 10 draws for the happy novice. This time, it was the 4th time he entered the dark world, and the attributes of all his subordinates increased by 200%. Even if it is an ordinary level attendant, the initial attribute is equivalent to someone else's overseer level attendant. If it is an elite level attendant, the initial attribute is equivalent to that of other general level attendants. If an overseer level or general level attendant is drawn, the initial combat power is probably comparable to that of a god emperor or even an epic attendant. Certainly, it's just talking about the initial properties. When the star rating goes up, his warlord level general level attendant will definitely be far behind the emperor level and epic level. The higher the star rating, the smaller the impact of his initial 200% attribute. And after being expelled from the dark world, this guy's lord ability and all the servants and soldiers before have been emptied. Now, in addition to his talent, he is equivalent to a brand new Dark Lord. Let's start. Young Lord Jack, open the recruitment interface. Start recruiting. The first few draws were civilians and soldiers. But by the fifth draw, directly out of an elite priest attendant. Good luck. Lord Jack's eyes lit up. Although it is only one rank higher than the ordinary squire, but under the effect of his 200% attribute increase, the full attributes of this elite squire are already very strong. Equivalent to other general level attendants. There is an elite level, which means that the early stage will be very smooth. Ha 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 ha, who can be my opponent in the early stage? Young Jack, it's already cool. This opening is much better than the previous 3 openings. In the previous 3 starts, his best one was to recruit 2 ordinary level attendants. The other 2 times were an ordinary servant. That luck can be said to be rotten. The high-grade attendants of the Bat Demon were recruited later by him, and the start was really miserable. This time, it's finally time to run. Hey hey hey. Lord Shadow Demon, thank you so much. Lord Jack felt that with such a start, wouldn't he be in seconds? In the dark world, the early stage is the most important. If the development is smooth in the early stage, it will be very smooth in the middle and late stage. At least when you encounter other players when you expand, you don't have to worry about being beaten. And now he has 5 more draws. Keep recruiting. Until the 10th recruitment, you use the recruitment function. Close black lens bracket. You have obtained the Overseer level attendant, Tauren Berserker Katakana middle dot large axe Ryan. Shit, Lord Jack, for the first time, felt that his character had exploded. The Overseer level servants are here. He glanced at the attributes of the Tauren Berserker, the Great Axe Ryan. This attribute is equivalent to an Emperor level servant from the beginning. Without all stars, this is equivalent to an Emperor level attendant. Young Jack was ecstatic. Certainly, if both sides are upgraded to 1 star, the attributes of this Tauren Berserker are basically only a little more than half of that of an Emperor level attendant. If they were all upgraded to 2-star level, it would be less than half of the Emperor level servants. That is, a strong start. The follow-up growth is far inferior to that of a real high-grade attendant. 18. Lord Jack's talent depends on the opening. As long as the opening squire is strong enough, he can rely on the opening to play an advantage. Unfortunately, this Overseer level is a close combat. Fortunately the damage is high. This can be a dark bait start. Lord Jack, it can be said that he is ecstatic. Directly planning to open level 0 dark bait. All Langsing, the lords who can start the level 0 dark decoy, are all extremely high-end players. Now Lord Jack is one of them. After all, he is an S-rank talent. Not only are there more opportunities, but the reopening will be stronger and stronger. It's comfortable now, haha. Heavenly start. Lord Jack, overjoyed. He felt that being destroyed by the Shadow Demon Lord this time was not a bad thing, but a good thing. He didn't think about it at all. After recruiting 2 servants, an elite priest and an Overseer level Tauren Berserker, the level 0 dark decoy is directly activated. In his opinion, his 2 servants have increased their attributes by 200%. It's equivalent to a 2-star start. Open level 0 dark bait, wouldn't it hang those dark creatures? But soon, after he put down the dark bait, the surrounding dark creatures begin to refresh. He suddenly realized that the situation. Something seems not quite right. Is it my luck, or is there a problem around this territory? Single quote. His face sank, because he found out. He was attracted by the dark bait. It seems that it is not just mobs. Among the first wave of 7 or 8 dark creatures, there was an elite monster mixed in. In the second wave of dark creatures, a warlord-level monster appeared. This situation, not right, so wrong. Fortunately, if it's only the Overseer level, he can still deal with it. After all, the Berserker and the Priest are too fierce in the early stage. The Tauren Berserker, the Great Axe Ryan, has a very high HP, attack and defense. It is not particularly difficult to deal with a level 1 warlord monster. But the point is, there are so many dark creatures around. Hold on to me. Lord Jack's expression immediately became solemn. And Chinyi didn't know how much trouble he had caused Lord Jack with the dark bait he opened before. Now he is also in the happy 10 consecutive draws. I hope to have a mythical attendant, open your eyes. Chinyi couldn't help but think. At present, Blue Star has no news about mythical level attendants, and no one knows what kind of terrifying combat power the mythical level attendants will possess. Here in Qin Yi, ordinary level attendant, crit becomes emperor level. Elite level servant, can crit to epic level. Overseer level squires can crit into legendary squires. By analogy, as long as he can recruit general level servants, he can crit into myth level servants, right? The official data, 10 consecutive draws, the probability of drawing a general level attendant. It's less than 1 in 100,000. The higher the lord's level, the higher the probability of drawing high level servants. But even if you reach a level 100 lord, the probability of drawing a general level attendant is less than 1 in 10,000. 1 in 10,000, 1 in 10,000. At first glance there is a tenfold difference. But in Qin Yi's opinion, there is no fundamental difference between the two. Anyway, it is a very small probability event, and it all depends on the face. Soon, in Qin Yi's expectation, the first 10 draws, he directly clicked. 10 recruits, 4 soldiers and 5 civilians. The last time the bottom was guaranteed, the crit was finally triggered. You use the recruitment function. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have obtained an elite level attendant. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have triggered 10,000 times the critical strike. Close black lens bracket. You have obtained an epic attendant, Peerless Killing God by Qi. Close black lens bracket. This is a assassin's servant. Qin Yi's eyes lit up. By Kimming, in the world before he crossed, who did not know, who did not know. This is the most terrifying peerless killing god in the Warring States period. His reputation grew. Long before the Qin Emperor Yingzheng succeeded to the throne, more than 400,000 Zhao troops were killed in the Battle of Chengping, and his vicious name could stop children from crying. Woohoo, take off. Qin Yi didn't expect that this slaughtering god-like existence, the fierce general of the Qin dynasty, would be an assassin after he descended to the dark world. He directly raised Bai Qi to level 20, costing a total of 130,000 source crystals. Then look at the properties. Servant, Peerless Killing God Bai Qi. Grade, Epic Grade. Level, 20. Star Rating, 0. Occupation, Assassin. Trainable Units. Dark Walker. Every time you enter a combat state, you will be invisible for 5 seconds, and immune to a certain number of damage. Passive Talent. Every time you launch an attack hit, you will get 20 layers of damage free. Each time you are attacked, you will consume 1 layer of damage free, and you will be immune to the damage and effect of the attack. Close black lens bracket. Skill 1. Jinghong, flashes for a distance, up to 500 meters. Cooldown for 5 seconds. Close black lens bracket. Skill 2. The Sly Killer flashes behind the enemy in a flash, with a maximum distance of 100 meters. Cooldown for 5 seconds. Killing an enemy refreshes the cooldown. Close black lens bracket. Skill 3. Dragon Cry. Each attack has a 20% chance to trigger the Dragon Cry, causing triple damage to enemies within 100 meters. Close black lens bracket. Skill 4. Black Screen. After the release, the surrounding 200 meters will be plunged into darkness, all enemy troops will lose their vision, and the enemy will cause damage to allies when they attack in the dark screen. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Combat Attributes. Close black lens bracket. 700-2790. 180750. Open black lens bracket. Defense. 32 right pointing arrow 165. Close black lens bracket. Qin Yi glanced at this attribute and suddenly took a breath. This peerless killing god is in vain, and the combat power is too terrifying. The first is the passive effect, which is a one-on-one invincible passive effect. Now Bai Qi is level 20, every time you attack, you will get 20 layers of damage free, there is no upper limit. Each layer of damage free can completely resist an enemy attack. In a one-on-one situation, it's almost invincible. And his skills, 2 direct flashes, the cooldown is 5 seconds, one is close, and the other is far. One of the flashes even refreshes the cooldown on kills. As can be imagined, in the midst of war, this killing god Bai Qi is an existence that can make the enemy feel terrified. Now, without a long-range army of hundreds of soldiers, it is impossible to kill him. Not to mention there are 3 skills and 4 skills. Needless to say about the 3 skill, the probability of triggering the dragon sound effect is similar to the special effect of equipping the Glacier God Bow at level 7. This is to strengthen Bai Chi's group killing ability. As for the 4 skills, it is to release the shady. Make the enemy lose sight. In the dark world, being attacked by friendly forces is immune to damage, which is the protection of friendly forces. But in the dark, if the opponent attacks indiscriminately, it will cause damage to the friendly troops, and in the case of losing vision, the opponent will not know the location of Bai Chi at all. In the midst of chaos, killing the gods in vain, one person can slaughter thousands of troops. Certainly, if there are too many enemies, such as an army of 10,000 people, he will definitely not be able to rush in by himself. The other party won't give him time to stack the damage-free stacks. One salvo is gone. However, if the enemy's army of 10,000 people is used, there can also be an army of 10,000 assassins under Bai Chi's hands. The unit he can train, the Dark Walker, can be invisible for 5 seconds when entering a battle, and gain a certain number of damage immunity effects. In the process of hedging head-on, you really won't be afraid of who will come. The last general will rise in vain, see the Lord. In the void, a soldier in black armor, with a black sickle around his waist, came to Qin Yi. If Lord Jack can see this scene, I'm afraid it's going to be split canthus, jealous deformation. He felt that he had recruited a warlord-level berserker for 10 consecutive draws, and he thought it was the start of Tianyu. However, Qin Yi is an epic casualty, or epic assassin skills with such terrifying skills. Not bad. Continue the 10 draws. Qin Yi still has a lot of source crystals, so how can he just draw one? When Qin Yi recruited the epic killing god Bai Chi, a full 810,000 source crystals were spent, and 20 recruiting books were purchased again. He plans to do 2 more 10 draws. Come again. You use the recruitment function. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have obtained a common level attendant. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have triggered 10,000 times the critical strike. Close black lens bracket. You have obtained the Emperor level attendant, the army breaking star general Hong Yi. Close black lens bracket. Qin Yi glanced at the introduction. This army breaking star general, together with the 7 killing star general and serious general, is also known as the 3 major Valkyrie generals. Soldiers who can be trained are broken army lancers. This woman named Hong Yi is a real knight. With Qin Yi recruited. In the void, a graceful and tall virtuous girl wearing red soft armor came to Qin Yi. She wore a single ponytail and looked like she was in her early 20s. The red soft armor perfectly showed her slender figure. He held a red tassel in his hand. Hong Yi sees Lord. The young girl Hong Yi bowed and saluted Qin Yi. Her movements were simple and concise. 95. Qin Yi observed her for a moment. It still cost 100,000 yuan crystals to upgrade the girl to level 20. After all, it is also an emperor-level servant. With just a little care, he can easily be on the list of level 30 servants. As a cavalry attendant, Hong Yi's default mount is a red war horse. The speed is okay, but there is no attribute bonus to her. The trainable unit, Breakthrough Lancer, has the passive effect of riding a flying mount and gaining an additional 100% attribute bonus. It's actually a flying cavalry unit. It's a pity that I don't have a flying mount now. Qin Yi is a little pity. In the dark world, flying mounts are very rare. Compared with land mounts, flying mounts of the same rank have much lower boosted attributes. For example, the Emperor-level Purgatory Warhorse can provide 400% attribute bonus to cavalry. If it is an Emperor-level flying mount, it may only provide 200% minus 300% of the attribute bonus. In the absence of special needs, the Dakan Iron Cavalry must have directly rode on land mounts. On land, the charge speed can be used to improve this passive. If it's a flying mount, no matter how fast the charging speed is, it is useless, because flying in the sky is the flight speed, and the attribute entries are different. There is no war in the territory now, you go to rest first. Qin Yi said to her. Quote, the army breaking star general, Hong Yi, completely complied with Qin Yi's orders. She turned to leave, showing Qin Yi a nearly perfect slender back. Looking at her back when she left, Qin Yi felt a little pity. To be honest, when he drew out this girl cavalry, he was still a little dissatisfied. This guarantee is a bit of a loss, because he is not very short of emperor-level servants now. Although this is a beautiful girl attendant, if it is replaced by other lords, he must be ecstatic. Strong combat power, good looks, good figure, who does not like? But in Qin Yi's place, her initial emperor-level status is definitely not comparable to other attendants. Certainly, the more types of high-quality attendants, the more they can enrich the lord's arm structure, and the more unexpected they will be when facing the enemy. The cavalry was originally a unit that eats mounts. If Qin Yi has a flying mount in the future, this girl's combat power will still be reflected. Immediately after, Qin Yi continues the 10 draws. Why are you taking insurance every time recently? It's a little uncomfortable. Every time you get 10 draws, you get 1. It's really bad luck. I hope the last 10 draws will be good. It would be cool to have a mythical level. Qin Yi clicked on the 10th draw. Opened 10 recruitment books one after another. Sudden, a burst of black light flashed from the field. Black light. Qin Yi was suddenly a little surprised. Blue General, Purple General, Golden Emperor class. Further up is the Orange Epic level, the Red Legendary level. For the more advanced mythical level, no one knows what color is used to represent it. Shouldn't. Is it black? This made Qin Yi interested directly. But soon, when he heard the system prompt, his face became a little weird. You use the recruitment function. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have obtained a mysterious servant. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have triggered 10,000 times the critical strike. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You got the mysterious attendant. I'm going bald Saitama. Close black lens bracket. Mysterious servant. One-hit man. Qin Yi was suddenly shocked. He originally thought that the servants he recruited were all historical and mythical figures, but he didn't expect. Can it still be so? Has this style changed directly? In the dark world, there is such a setting as a mysterious servant. Other lords can also recruit mysterious attendants. These mysterious attendants have some extremely special abilities, which are completely different from the attendants with grades. According to official statistics, the probability of recruiting a mysterious servant is many times lower than the probability of recruiting a general-level servant. Until now, the total number of mysterious servants in the entire Blue Star should not exceed 100. Followed by the system prompt. In front of Qin Yi, the void was twisted. A bald man in ordinary yellow clothes and a white cape walked out with a confused look. The first glance he saw Qin Yi. He scratched his head directly. Sleepy, want to sleep. The bald man yawned. Qin Yi looked at this scene, and his mood was a little complicated. He glanced at the attribute panel of this mysterious servant. There is no level, no blood bars, no attack or even defense. Mysterious attendant. I'm going bald Saitama. Open black lens bracket grade. None. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Star rating 0. Close black lens bracket. Special attendants cannot train special units. Close black lens bracket. Passive talent. Saitama has an extremely powerful body, which will not take any damage, but will be affected by the control effect. Control resistance 90%. At the same time, Saitama's attack desire is very weak. Only himself is attacked, or allies in the field of vision are attacked. Attack will stimulate the desire to attack. Close black lens bracket. P. Skill 1. Ordinary Fist. Consume 100% of the attack desire to instantly kill a single enemy. Skill 2. Continuous Ordinary Punch. Consume 300% of the attack desire and throw 99 ordinary punches. Skill 3. Repeated Horizontal Jumping. Consumes 600% attack desire, moves quickly, and instantly kills all enemies on the path. Close black lens bracket. Skill 4. Serious Punch. Consume all attack desires, at least 1000%, and destroy all creatures and facilities within the range. The more attack desires consumed, the larger the attack range. Close black lens bracket. Fog Grass. This time, it was finally Qin Yi's turn to be shocked. So this is the mysterious servant. There is no HP attribute, because he is completely invincible. There is no attack attribute, because as long as he launches an attack, anyone who hits will be instantly killed. But the point is, this thing has no desire to attack. Even if Qin ordered him to attack, he would not attack. That's kind of a pain in the ass. But this is also normal. Such an invincible existence. If there are no restrictions, other lords don't need to play at all. It seems that this Saitama has two flaws. One is to be controlled. One is that there is no desire to attack. These two flaws are how the enemy can deal with Saitama. Either keep him under control and he won't have a chance to attack. Either avoid him all the time, don't attack him, so that he can't get the desire to attack. But no matter what kind, for other Dark Lords, it's not easy to do. I wonder what the other mysterious servants are like. If there are two Saitamas, and one Saitama attacks the other, can they be killed? Qin couldn't help but think of such a strange question. Such a contradiction means that Saitama's sekal is not a forced kill, and it is not known how to calculate it. Certainly, the mysterious attendants of other lords can't be Saitama. You must know that Qin's 10,000 times crit came out. It is also unlikely to be invincible, and it is impossible to have such abilities as instant kills. Most likely just have some special abilities. It was at this time, when Qin recruited Saitama, he found that he had started a special list. This list is the mysterious attendant list. General lords cannot see this list. And, even Qin can only see the ranking of his servants on this list. Mysterious attendant list, ranked first. Strong. Qin eyes lit up. Mysterious attendant list, the ranking is listed, every natural month will get a random reward. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The higher the ranking, the higher the reward value, close black lens bracket. He glanced at the description of the mysterious attendant list. Needless to say, there is still a lot of hope for this. After all, he is now ranked first in the mysterious attendant list. The rewards should be pretty good by then, right? And about things like the mysterious servant list. It is also inaccessible to ordinary lords at all. It was the first time Qin learned about it. At this time, he looked at the bald man in front of him, Saitama, and always felt that this guy was a little out of tune with his territory. This is too much like Cherry Maruko's grandfather. Qin thought for a while. Now, he wants to try it out. How does this mysterious servant strike a man? When he is attacked, or his teammates are attacked? At what rate will his aggressive desire grow? How long does it take to cast a skill? Then, he plans to test it first to see if Saitama's desire to attack will increase if he is attacked by his own people. Come on, try to attack him. Qin called for 2 Dalton's Qin Iron Cavalry and 2 Demon Mages. Then he pointed to Saitama. What's the situation? I'm about to be beaten as soon as I come. Saitama was a little confused. He touched his round and shiny bald head, his face innocent. Qin also felt that this didn't seem very good. But this experiment is definitely to be done. If Saitama can be beaten by his own people and thus gain the desire to attack, isn't he invincible? It was when Qin recruited the mysterious attendant bald Saitama and began to do various experiments. Reality, Blue Star. The Dark Lords of the world all became very dignified after learning the news. An African Lord, a Western Federation Lord. One was level 15, the other was level 18. All of them were exterminated from the Dark World by the recently discussed Shadow Demon Lord. It is nothing unusual for these two lords to be wiped out by the Shadow Demon Lord. But the point is, in this war, the ability that the Shadow Demon Lord showed. What is the black fog that can explore the expansion? To be able to directly find the initial territory of their two lords. In a short period of time, that Shadow Demon Lord has expanded at least 400 or 500 times along the way. This is simply not something a level 20 lord can do. To know, a level 20 lord can only expand his territory by up to 400 tiles. What is the problem? The news that the African Lord and the Western Lord brought to the world made the Shadow Fiend Lord seem incomparably mysterious. And the mystery and the unknown. It just happens to be the source of human fear. The previous news about the Shadow Demon Lord was to let people know more about this genius lord. But this time, the existence of that mysterious black fog made the existence of the Shadow Demon Lord put on a mysterious veil again. This Shadow Demon Lord is more than just a powerful servant. The special ability he obtained at level 10 and 20 is probably beyond everyone's imagination. Countless people are aware of this. Before this, The Shadow Demon Lord just killed some new lords who were less than level 10. But in a short time, it has defeated lords above level 10. It can be seen from this. This Shadow Demon Lord is expanding rapidly. And once there is a conflict of interest, he will directly drive out his opponents. Many lords of dozens of levels did not care about the Shadow Demon Lord. Start researching now. Collect all the information about the Shadow Demon Lord, and think about how to deal with it according to the existing information. 2.8. Because, maybe sometime, they will meet the Shadow Fiend Lord. At the same time, just a few kilometers south of Qinyi's territory, on the edge of that big lake, Lord Jack of the Star Kingdom is defending the Dark Decoy very hard. His Overseer-level Berserker attendants, as well as elite-level Priest attendants, finally cooperated and killed some monsters with high rank. But the number of monsters around is increasing. There are even princely monsters. This made young Jack feel frightened. He can only perform some extreme operations. For example, after killing the monster, directly pick up the source crystal, and then let the civilians build a wall to protect the core of the Lord. Keep building walls. But the First Order wall has only 200 defense points. Prince-level monsters can defeat it. So he could only keep building walls to protect his Lord core. It can be said, if he hadn't already had the experience of entering the Dark World 3 times, he wouldn't be able to keep it at all. Even so, the core of his Lord has been knocked out several times and half of its durability has been knocked out, and it can only be recovered by civilians taking the time to repair it. That's when he was in dire straits. He didn't know. Not far from him, schoolflower Lin Mengyu, while humming a song, dispatched her squire, the Nameless Knight, to expand the territory. She just expanded it casually and went east along the Great Lake. The more places that border the Great Lakes, the more fish she can catch. Otherwise, if you keep fishing in one place, the number of fish will become less and less. During the expansion process, she has no psychological pressure at all. Even if you meet a lord nearby, it will not be a powerful lord. Then, her territory, just from the territory of young Jack, is getting closer and closer. Compared to Lin Mengyu's leisurely Lord Jack here, it can be said to be exciting. Monsters are everywhere. There are even 2 prince-level monsters, and his warlord-level berserker servants are very slow to kill, and they can only slowly grind their blood with the help of priest servants. He took the time to build a draft camp and explode. Directly let the Tauren berserker speed up the training, and train some berserker soldiers to clean up ordinary monsters. These things are all he did in his spare time. Full rhythm. Finally, after half an hour, his dark bait disappeared. As he cleaned up the monsters in the territory, the young Jack was already covered in cold sweat. But he finally cleaned up all the monsters. Successfully held. Great harvest. There are more than 10,000 source crystals, which can be well developed. Young Lord Jack was beaming. Although the process is difficult. But the result is pretty good. Although the monster is strong, his servants are stronger. Moreover, the more than a dozen berserkers and priests who took the time to accelerate the training have improved his comprehensive combat power a lot. This half hour, although his civilians and soldiers, even trained berserkers and priests, were killed a lot. But none of that matters. The point is, he kept it up. Pity. Just when Lord Jack was ecstatic and wanted to make a big splash. Sudden, a system prompt reached his ears. Open black lens bracket. Your territory has entered a state of war. Coordinates 0, 0 close black lens bracket. State of war. 26. This system prompt made Lord Jack's face sink. What the hell? So someone has explored his initial territory. Does this stop people from developing? He responded quickly. Upgrade, level 2. Buy the seal of the Mistbreaker. Expand in 3 directions. He responded directly. Now his combat power is not weak among the new lords, mainly because he has just defended a wave of dark decoys, so his economy is very good. Directly upgrade the Lord Core to level 2. Civilians continued to build walls to protect the Lord Core. At the same time, he sent several mad warrior species to expand in 3 directions. In the direction of the Great Lakes, there is no need for expansion for the time being. He just needs to know. It doesn't matter which direction the opponent is coming from. Soon, as he walked along the big lake, he expanded to the side. The system prompts that the territory has the vision of two lords. And he saw a knight just leave the territory and hide into the darkness. That is Lin Mengyu's commander level attendant, the unknown knight. Level 5. Overseer class. Oh stars. Isn't this just a chicken? 5. Lord Jack, who was very nervous at first, finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the unknown knight. This nameless knight attendant. It's too yummy. It's level 5 and no star. It shows that the opponent's lord's combat power is very weak. To know, Lord Jack has just finished a dark bait. All dark creatures were killed by the Tauren Berserker. This Tauren Berserker directly obtained 4,000 military exploits and was upgraded to 1 star. The unknown knight doesn't even have a star. What is he, not a rookie? Ha ha, I thought it was some kind of lord. This is the result. Fight directly. Lord Jack laughed and planned to hunt down the unknown knight. Anyway, now he has a lot of source crystals. Totally affordable for a war. And the war, for him, it was the easiest and most enjoyable way to earn source crystals in the early stage. With the 200% bonus of all attributes of his servants, his combat power in the early stage can be said to be invincible. Bullying the new lord, he is very good at this kind of thing. Then, he let one of the mad warriors, with a seal of breaking the fog, plan to catch up with the unknown knight. Chin Yi, I met someone again. The opposite is so scary. There is a Tauren of the overseer level, and it has already 1 star. Lin Mengyu chatted with Chin Yi nervously. Although the unknown knight under her command was also of the overseer level, but after all, he didn't kill many monsters, and his star rating never improved. If you fight a 1-star warlord level berserker, you might not be able to fight. And Chin Yi heard her private chat and paid attention to her side. The subordinate territory, he has all the vision. So, at a glance, I saw Lord Jack's territory. Does this person seem familiar? Chin Yi was a little surprised. It was a white youth in floral pants. He couldn't remember the others, but the floral pants made Chin Yi remember this Lord Jack. This is too coincidental. This guy reopened so soon. And the reopening is right next to me. Is this trying to grab my fish? Chin Yi couldn't help but think with a smile. Fishing or something, of course it's a joke. But the other party reopened next to him, and now, it seems to be developing well. It has only been less than an hour, and this guy's overseer level attendant is 1 star. It seems to be guarding a wave of dark bait. At this moment, Lord Jack sent a berserker with the seal of breaking the mist to chase after the unknown knight who had already run home. It seems that he has an idea for Lin Mengyu. Just right, we can test Saitama's combat power. Chin Yi thought for a while. For a while, he tried various methods, but he still couldn't make the bald man have even the slightest desire to attack. Always looked dumbfounded. All attacks, even if Chin Yi switched the attack mode, could not harm him at all. Perhaps this is because of the face of friendly forces. Just as Lord Jack came to the door. Then leave this lord to Saitama. Chin Yi raised his hand and the void circulated. Directly teleports Saitama to Lord Jack's face. Quote question mark. Quote question mark. In the initial territory of Lord Jack. He was observing his berserker soldiers when suddenly, a bright bald head appeared in front of him out of thin air. Open black lens bracket I became bald katakana middle dot Saitama, 0 stars close black lens bracket. A line of small red characters representing hostility appeared in the young Jack's field of vision. What the hell is this? Jack was bewildered. Hey, why am I here? Saitama was also stunned, and his bald head was shining. The sudden appearance of a strange man made Jack startled. He quickly took a few steps back. Turn out, the bald man didn't seem to have any thoughts about him at all, and he didn't even want to attack him. But, in his eyes, Saitama is a red name after all. And it is also marked with a O star at the back, which looks very delicious. Ryan the Great Axe, cut him down. 5. Jack kept what he thought was a safe distance, and then let the giant axe Ryan attack. The Tauren Berserker, Giant Axe Ryan, is 2.8 meters tall and holds a silver giant axe. This is the 2-star attendance equipment that he just hit, which has greatly improved his attack power, and also has more than 10 points of defense. I heard Jack's order. This giant axe, Ryan, spurted out a burst of white air from the nose. From a distance, he jumped towards Saitama. The silver giant axe fell heavily on Saitama's bald head. Jack thought he could see the scene where the bald head was slashed. Result: the silver giant axe fell halfway and was directly caught by Saitama. Easily, he even plucked out his ear with his other hand. At this time, Chin-Yi paid attention to it, and found that Saitama still failed to generate the slightest desire to attack. This made Chin-Yi a little puzzled. How does this guy get the desire to attack? Could it be that the Tauren berserker on the opposite side is too bad? This attack is too weak to be considered an attack at all in Saitama's view. Quote? Jack was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the attack of the giant axe Ryan would be caught by the bald head in front of him. At this time, Saitama's figure flashed, appeared behind him, right next to his Lord Core. This scene made the young Jack's heart tighten. Shouldn't this bald head directly attack his Lord Core? But the next moment, he found, the bald head didn't pay attention to his Lord Core at all. Instead, squat down, picked up a grilled fish on the fire. 893. Eat on your own. Come to my territory for no reason and eat my fish. My attendants don't even have to eat yet. 5. Bald head and face, can this be tolerated? Kill him for me. Jack was instantly furious. He didn't know what the bald head was about, but he subconsciously thought it was Lin Mengyu's subordinate. Just kill it and you're done. Then, when he gave the order, all the Tauren berserkers around, including the attendants and soldiers, a total of more than 10 people, launched a leap at Saitama at the same time. This moment, Saitama reacted directly, and his figure flashed to the side in an instant. He himself is invincible, but he was afraid that his clothes would be chopped to pieces. Then, when he dodged, the grilled fish on the pile of firewood was directly chopped to pieces by the dozen or so Tauren berserkers. Exclamation mark! Saitama's expression changed slightly when he saw that the pile of grilled fish was gone. At this time, Chin-Yi found out. Saitama finally had the desire to attack. And, directly to 100%. No way, is this guy taking grilled fish as his teammate? The grilled fish was hurt, so he developed a desire to attack. Chin-Yi is stunned. No wonder he thought so. Mainly, Saitama's skill introduction says so. When he is attacked, or when the friendly forces in the field of vision are attacked, he will have the desire to attack. According to this, could it be that he regarded the pile of grilled fish as a friendly army? Running very fast, but the flashing skill must have a cooldown. It depends on how you hide. Jack's Tauren berserker, the giant axe Ryan, then holds the silver giant axe and swivels towards Saitama. Too bad he didn't know. Saitama didn't dodge with a flash at all, that's just his normal speed. Next moment, boom, -99,999. With a muffled sound, Saitama raised his fist subconsciously, and the big bull's head of the giant axe Ryan directly hit his fist. A terrifying damage figure floated up. Jack was shocked. He never imagined that, looking like a silly bald man, he would deal 99,999 damage with one punch. Directly blow up his proud overseer-level attendant. This, play your sister. Along with the Tauren berserker Great Axe Ryan, he was knocked down by this fist. Young Jack's mood suddenly fell to the bottom. He doesn't know what this bald head is about. I don't know what the power of this bald head is. He only knows. It seems that he has just reopened, and it is about to be tragic again. The giant axe Ryan is the strongest existence under his hands. Now that the Tauren berserker has been killed, he is left with only an elite priest servant. How could this possibly beat the bald man in front of him? At the same time, Lin Mengyu was also shocked. Saitama. What is this? It doesn't look like a servant. Could it be mysterious servant? Not to mention anything else, she memorized a lot of knowledge about the dark world by rote. So, even if it is a relatively unpopular mysterious servant, she suddenly thought of it. Because of the current situation, she could only think of one possibility. If it is an ordinary servant, the information on the top of the head has a level. But Saitama has no ranks. And if it is a special type of arms trained by soldiers, there will be no star information on the top of the head. But Saitama has a O-star mark. There are stars, no grades. Lin Mengyu had never heard of such a situation. After thinking about it, there is only one possibility, and that is the mysterious servant with special abilities. Chin-Yi recruited a mysterious servant. That's amazing too. And this attendant, who seems to be ordinary, actually hit such a high amount of damage with one punch. Quote. It seems to be acting a little strange. Lin Mengyu couldn't help thinking. As for Qin Yi, his eyes finally lit up. I finally have the desire to attack. But judging from the current situation, this Saitama is a bit difficult to use. He is invincible, and his speed is extremely fast. When others want to attack him, he will subconsciously dodge. 5. So, it is very difficult to rely on others to attack him to gain the desire to attack. Even if he was thrown into a chaotic battlefield, it would be difficult for him to be injured, and it would be difficult to arouse the desire to attack. In this way, there is only one way to make him increase his desire to attack. That is, let others hurt his allies. But this guy's definition of friendly forces seems a bit weird. Can grilled fish be friendly too? Have to say. This act of hitting the man completely refreshed Qin Yi's cognition. But anyway, this man who has become bald and stronger has absolutely terrifying combat power. Although it is a bit difficult to use, he usually does not need him to go out. When you really need him, he will become Qin Yi's strongest killer. Right now, one of Lord Jack's berserker subordinates finally ran to the edge of darkness with the seal of mist breaking towards Lin Mengyu's position. It expanded by one space. Level 5 Lord, Dream Lord, a female college student from the Eastern Federation. Lord Jack took the time to look at the situation in that grid. This is his obsession, and when he is dying, he has to know whose hands he died in. The result, he didn't expect it at all. The other party is a level 5 female college student lord. This is too wrong. Until now, Lord Jack still thought that he was fighting against Lin Mengyu. He didn't even know that Lin Mengyu was Qin Yi's subordinate. Such a new lord actually has a subordinate like this bald man. Is this luck too? This makes young Jack really envy and hate. He thought about it quickly. Decided to give up this start. No way. In his opinion, this bald man killed his overseer-level berserker with one punch, and he has no chance of turning the tables. Then, he quickly went offline and chose to leave the dark world to avoid being beaten to death by Saitama. This situation, let the group of subordinates in his territory all look at each other. Is this lord running too fast? Blue Star, Star Country. Jack returned to reality, still a little less able to accept this reality. Too difficult. In a short period of time, I met the Shadow Demon Lord first, and was directly broken through to the initial territory without any resistance. Reopening and encountering such a strange bald-headed man, even my commander-level attendant was punched. Quote, there aren't enough source crystals to buy a level 5 Dark Lord card. Young Jack gritted his teeth. No way. In this case, he can only rely on his father, who is already a level 100 High Lord. So, he contacted his father to put what just happened one after another. Explained. What? Meet the Shadow Demon Lord. So unlucky. The fourth time I reopened, I met a female college student from the east and was beaten by a bald man with one punch. When his father heard this, he almost died of anger. But, after he carefully inquired about the situation of the bald man, he suddenly realized something, and his tone became very solemn. It seems that the Eastern Federation has produced another genius. Level 5, Dream Lord, right. Not long ago, several big men I knew who had mysterious servants all said that their mysterious servants ranked and fell one place. The bald man named Saitama you met should be the new mysterious servant. Mysterious servant. Until this time, the young Jack's expression changed, and he finally realized what had happened to him. There will be no more than 100 mysterious servants in the world. Moreover, the bald man Saitama's ranking in the mysterious attendant ranking is still very high. The big guy that Jack's father knew, the highest ranking was 12, and now it has become 13. It means that the ranking of the bald man Saitama is likely to be in the top 10. Level 5 Dark Lord card requires 650 million source crystals. I can't get your father out for now. Your father, I was in the dark world, and was besieged by 3 Eastern Lords, and now is the time when source crystals are desperately needed. You just have to wait. Hearing his father say that, young Jack is a little uncomfortable. Obviously, now it is almost impossible to count on his father to obtain 650 million source crystals. It might even be possible. His father will also be attacked by 3 Eastern Lords, and he will be killed directly. In this way, his 5th start is a little far off. But he is not reconciled. Shadow Demon Lord, top 10 mysterious servants, these are force majeure. If it weren't for this kind of existence, his development should be very smooth. It's a pity that he didn't know at all that he actually met the legendary Shadow Demon Lord both times. Sudden, young Jack's eyes lit up. It seems that there is another way to get 650 million source crystals. It seems, you can try it. At the same time, Zhongdu Lord University, it is already night. The freshman tutor Su Yubing had just come out of the shower, and there was a dignified look on his pretty face. The reason why she was able to rise so quickly in the dark world. The big reason is that when she was level 40, she recruited a mysterious attendant. Her mysterious attendant, when she was just recruited, ranked 5th, and has maintained this ranking for more than a year. Just now, she heard a prompt from the system. Her mysterious attendant ranking has dropped by 1. A stronger mysterious servant appeared again. Which country's lord will be recruited? 95. She had a graceful figure wrapped in a bathrobe. After she came out, she picked up her mobile phone. Sure enough, she saw that many bigwigs of the Eastern Federation were sending messages to her asking about her situation. She told the truth. My mysterious squire, rank dropped. Soon, she got brand new news from other bigwigs. It is said that this new mysterious servant has been discovered. What's the name? I'm bald, Saitama, and the image is a bald man in a white cape. As for this attendant, it should be a freshman from our Eastern Federation. The title of Lord is Dream Lord. Currently, he is level 5. Dream Lord. After Su Yubing got the news, she quickly recalled. Then his face changed slightly. Lord Fantasy, isn't that Lin Mengyu's Lord title? Is this new mysterious attendant hers? Her luck is really good. First, she met the Shadow Demon Lord and became a subordinate of the Shadow Demon Lord. Now I have recruited a mysterious servant again. Su Yubing did not doubt. Because it is the news that the boss said, the reliability is basically 99%. Then where does this brand new mysterious servant rank? Su Yubing is very curious about this. If she happened to be squeezed out of the 5th place, then she would be really uncomfortable. But, immediately afterwards, the voices sent by the big bosses on the opposite side became unimaginably solemn, word by word, straight, rush, first. Su Yubing was shocked on the spot. Straight to the first. Isn't it? The mysterious attendant who was ranked 1st before has always been an assassination clown. Is there any existence in this world that can surpass the assassination of clowns? Su Yubing couldn't help but ask. Assassination of the clown. Most ordinary people do not know what this is. But this is not a secret in the high-end Dark Lord circle. This assassination clown. It is one of the 5 current masters of Blue Star, the Nightmare Lord, and the mysterious attendant recruited. Nightmare Lord, Blue Star was one of the first lords who entered the Dark World 50 years ago, and now no one knows his level. The only thing I know is, it was he who recruited a mysterious servant 10 years ago to assassinate the clown. As for the ability of this assassination clown, even the lords who were killed by it can't tell at all, it is very mysterious. But the Nightmare Lord can become one of the 5 masters of Blue Star. Enough to prove the strength of the assassination clown. Yet now, assassination of the Joker has been surpassed. Meaning, this strange man who turned bald is more terrifying than assassinating the clown. This is a bit surprising. Su Yubing felt unbelievable. I'm going bald katakana middle dot Saitama. What kind of ghostly mysterious servant is this? Can it surpass the assassination of the clown? But this matter, in the circle of high-end lords, has spread all over. The assassination of the clown fell to the 2nd place, it was said by the Nightmare Lord himself. Then Lin Mengyu, didn't she take off? Su Yubing didn't know what to say. This freshman is lucky too. Because Lord Jack got his identity wrong, he mistakenly thought that Saitama was Lin Mengyu's subordinate. As a result, all the lords of Blue Star now believe that Saitama is the subordinate of the Dream Lord. For a while, the title of Dream Lord it has become a hot topic among high-end lords. As for low-level lords, it is impossible to contact the level of mysterious servants. Dark World. At this time, Chinyi had already teleported Saitama back. If that's the case, I don't usually need him to do anything. Let him deliver the fish. Chinyi thought for a while. Give Saitama a quest. Every day, she runs 5 kilometers south to Lin Mengyu's territory to retrieve the fish she caught. Because Lin Mengyu couldn't get to Chinyi City, those fish must have been sent by Chinyi to get them. It just so happened that Saitama was also idle, so let him go get it. As for Chinyi's arrangement, Saitama has absolutely no opinion. It's like going out to buy vegetables every day, which is in line with his living habits. To this, Chinyi really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although this mysterious attendant is extremely powerful, his personality is also really strange. If you let others know that the terrifying existence that goes straight to the first list of mysterious servants is actually arranged by Chinyi to deliver fish every day, I am afraid that they will directly doubt life. You destroyed a level 2 Lord Core. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You got 2205 Origin Crystal rewards. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your 2205 Origin Crystals were taken away by the protagonist, Lord Shadow Demon. Close black lens bracket. When the unknown knight destroyed the core of Lord Jack's new lord, Lin Mengyu heard the system prompt. This made her blush a little. Ashamed. As Chinyi's attendant, her performance seems a bit embarrassing. In this wave, Chinyi saw how pitiful she was, so he gave her dozens of battle credits for destroying Lord Jack. Otherwise, when she reaches level 9, the Lord's rating is not high, and she will always be stuck at level 9. By the time Chinyi asked her to open the dark bait, Qian Nuo is good and the level of the dark creatures attracted are too low. It will affect Chinyi's own development. Originally, Lin Mengyu was still a little scared. After all, there were still a lot of residual combat power in Lord Jack's territory. Especially the group of Tauren soldiers, they look ferocious. 18. She forgot one thing. Chinyi has the legendary sky goddess Akasha, give her a defensive halo. The 400-point defense aura makes her and her subordinates' defense thicker than the second-order city wall. What is she afraid of? You can run around at will. Then, the unknown knight rejoiced. Long live the Shadow Demon Lord. The Shadow Demon Lord is invincible. Lord Shadow Fiend, I have a cousin in my family, would you like to introduce it to you? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Hearing this, unknown knight spread the word. Chinyi was a little speechless. Your cousin, I'm afraid it's not a headless cousin. I can't stand it. He couldn't help but complain. This attendant of Lin Mengyu seems to be a bit interesting. Next time you need to use the mouth escape technique, let him appear, I believe it will not disappoint. At this time, Chinyi was standing on the city wall and looked around. The little fox Sudaji was looking at him eagerly. Those beautiful eyes made people's hearts melt. Under the graceful and perfect body curve, 9 plush fox tails are casually wrapped around the long snow-white legs, making people want to touch them when they look at them. Okay, it's just night in Jiangdu City, and I'll take you out for a walk. Chinyi smiled and touched her head. The 3-star attendant can bring back the blue star, which is the rule tool of the dark world. Many dark lords will be ecstatic once they recruit beautiful servants. Because you can bring back the blue star. As for what to do with it, then why don't you ask? Of course, if Chinyi takes the 9-tailed demon fox back, it is very likely that his identity as the Shadow Demon Lord will be exposed. 1. He is not afraid of revealing his identity at all. Now he, with 2 SSS level Lord abilities, is almost invincible. Certainly, before returning to Blue Star, Chinyi still had some things to arrange. He is now a level 20 Dark Lord. All buildings in the territory can be upgraded to Tier 3. Go to school first. In this way, it only takes 15 minutes to train a special unit, which is 4 times faster than basic training. The source crystals needed to accelerate training only need 1/4. Then, upgrade the recruiting camp. The third order conscription camp has a maximum population of 32 people, and 4 people are refreshed every hour. Soldiers and civilians are randomly selected. The refresh rate is twice as fast as the second order recruiting camp. Moreover, the population limit has also been doubled, which is equivalent to doubling the income of the blaster. But, now, if Chinyi still wants to explode troops, he has to consume 100,000 source crystals once, then 200,000 the next time, and then 400,000. Too much to spend. Anyway, there is no need to rush the raiding for the time being, and there is no need to blast troops. The most important thing is to do a good job in urban construction. If you can attract hundreds of refugees every day, the income is the highest. Urban construction, including city walls, buildings, etc. It even includes the living environment of the residents in the city and so on. This aspect cannot be accomplished in a short time. Qin could only arrange things and let the commoners do it bit by bit. The first is the city wall. Although Qin can upgrade to the third-order city wall, but the source crystal is not enough. Every 1 kilometer-long second-order city wall needs 120,000 source crystals, and if you want to upgrade to the third order, you need to spend an additional 160,000 source crystals. And now, Qin is still a full 35 kilometers away from the city wall to be built. After he purchased more than 20 recruiting books, he only had more than 4 million points left in the source crystal, just to build a circle of second-order city walls. Tier 3, don't have to think about it for the time being. Certainly, with the legendary Sky Empress Akasha, even if Qin is a second-order city wall, the defense is equivalent to the level of a fourth-order city wall, so there is no need to worry about being destroyed by people or monsters. Secondly, it is the Lord's Hall. The Lord's Hall is related to the safety of the Lord's Core. Qin intends to upgrade all of these buildings to third-order walls. Among them, there is the palace where he lives as a lord. There will also be palaces where the servants live. The third-order Lord Hall can make all civilians and soldiers in the 893 territory feel safe. And houses for soldiers and civilians. Although the barracks can accommodate 8 people, it is only a temporary measure, and the environment is too bad. The dwellings still have to be built. Fortunately, the construction of residential buildings is simple and cheap, and the speed is also fast. 5. Build 1,000 houses directly. Qin waved his hand and planned directly. The area of the city is large enough that he can plan it at will. After he arranged these buildings to join the queue, then some civilians were busy. When these city constructions are completed, there should be no problem in attracting hundreds of refugees every day based on the area of his territory. Then Qin observed several key areas in the territory. 1. The underground magma river area. Close black lens bracket. This is a horse farm that can attract more purgatory horses, which is 300 kilometers away. Qin had used the void to circulate before, teleporting several civilians who were proficient in construction, and built 3 sentry towers. Around each sentry tower, a circle of third-order walls was built. On the sentry tower, Lame Li and 5 demon mages are guarding. A conservative estimate should be able to attract more than 5 purgatory warhorses on the first day. And it will come faster and faster. It can be expected that the purgatory warhorse will soon be able to form a group. Second, the dark demon lair. Close black lens bracket. A dark lair can provide about 10,000 war exploits every day. Qin asked Xiao Chao, who is usually the most difficult to obtain military exploits, to go to the lair area. Once a dark monster appeared, Xiao Chao would kill him directly. In this way, Xiao Chao's star rating can also be quickly improved. Saitama can also ascend to a star. 1. With his character, it's really difficult to get enough military exploits to advance to a star. It seems that we can only see if there are any better opportunities in the future. Qin shook his head. As for the newly recruited peerless killing god Bai Qi, and the destroyer star general, Miss Hong Yi, Qin asked them to patrol the territory first. He has a huge territory now. Dark creatures will spawn everywhere, attacking his Lord Core. And the monsters that are spawned nearby are likely to have a CGCI level that is not low. To defend these monsters, you have to patrol around with your servants and soldiers. At this stage, it mainly depends on the demon mages and the Dakin cavalry. When the city wall was completed, Qin planned to train a group of archers to defend the city wall. After all, the range is the farthest, and cleaning up monsters is the most convenient. Finally, Qin took a look at his territory attributes. Territory range, 377 grids. Hourly territory income, 18,745 x 10 source crystals. Under the effect of 10 times the source crystal, he can earn 187,000 source crystals every hour. This is due to the fact that he now has 11 source crystal mines on his territory. The most important thing is that the 5-star lord is equipped with Money Doll. This Money Doll increases the income of 25 origin crystals per hour for each territory. The end result is to almost double his territorial income. In this way, the source crystal of my natural income every day is about 4.5 million. Qin Yi was a little emotional. This source crystal is really easy to come by. However, since we want to go offline, we need to fill the territory with 400 tiles first. Maximize your profits. If you change to another level 20 Dark Lord, even if you fill up 400 tiles of territory, your daily income will be around 200,000 source crystals. That's almost Qin Yi's income for this hour. With his current income level, he can earn 1.6 billion yuan Jing in 1 year. It is already equivalent to the level of many 100-level lords. Immediately after, he turned into darkness again, and more than a dozen black mists flew out towards the surroundings. He is at the nearest place, surrounding the territory and continuing to expand. Anyway, the territory he expanded can be given up, and he doesn't even need to spend money to buy the seal of the Mistbreaker. This must have filled the territory to 400 tiles. Soon, he expanded half a circle, and when the territory reached the upper limit of 400 tiles, the hourly basic source crystal income increased to 19,800 source crystals. Only 1055 more source crystals are added to the basic income, and the increase is not large. But more points are points. In this way, after 10 times the increase of source crystals, 250,000 more source crystals can be added in 1 day. After all these are arranged, Qin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Everything is on track. Next, he doesn't need to be too busy, just leave it all in time. Come up every day to collect yuanjing. Collect purgatory horses. Raise the stars for the servants. Open the dark bait. Just wait for the population base to come up and train enough special units to expand. Okay, I go back first. Wait for me to pull you. After Qin Yi dealt with all this, he smiled and said to Su Daji. This little loli showed a sweet smile and was looking forward to going to Blue Star. The squire is going to Blue Star. It can only be summoned by the Lord. So Qin Yi needs to go back first. Blue Star, Zhongdu Lord University. At night, boys' dormitory. The infrastructure of this university is quite good, and the accommodation environment is also very good. The dormitories are all double dormitories, and they are all small villas with their own small gardens. After all, what this university has trained is likely to be the future Dark Lord. The environment can't be bad. Lin Mengyu had already returned to Blue Star ahead of schedule. Even got dressed up, because Qin Yi said that this time back to Langsing, he would have a PY with her. So, she came to the door of Qin Yi's double dormitory with a little nervousness. Reaching out a small hand, he knocked on the door lightly. There were 2 boys passing by on a quiet road not far away, and they were a little surprised when they saw this scene. Isn't that Lin Mengyu, the flower of this new school? I heard that it directly activated the talent of the S-rank lord. It's really her, but what is she doing in the boys' dormitory so late? Hey, could it be some boy to date? Wait, don't go yet, let's observe. Let's see who got the school flowers just after school started. So, the 2 boys sneaked into hiding. At this time, Qin Yi had just returned to Blue Star and appeared in his dormitory. His roommate, Li Mao, was flipping through a book about the dark world. I heard someone knock on the door. Li Mao immediately scolded. Which second-hand guy came knocking on the door this night? He stood up and walked to the door, glancing out through the cat's eye. A pretty face appeared in front of him. It was Lin Mengyu, with a nervous expression. I'm Lin Mengyu. I'm looking for Qin Yi. She heard footsteps coming to the door and said. Hiss. Quote, ruined. When Li Mao heard this, he took a breath and took a few steps back. In the room, he lowered his voice and said to Qin Yi, it's Lin Mengyu. That S-rank talented school girl. Qin Yi, you seem to be blocking her way during the day. Shouldn't you be so careful and come to get revenge on you? You think too much. Qin Yi shook his head helplessly. Lin Mengyu revenge on him. Give her 10,000 courage, will she dare? Certainly, now Li Mao doesn't know Qin Yi's situation in the dark world. Not to mention, now Lin Mengyu is actually Qin Yi's subordinate. I'll go out with her. Not coming back tonight. 5. Qin Yi then finished talking to Li Mao, stepped forward and opened the door. These words made Li Mao stunned for a moment. Go out with the school flower. Not coming back tonight. This, shouldn't it be? Where is your home? Go and find your father. Qin Yi opened the door, saw Lin Mengyu standing in front of her pretty, and said casually. So, Lin Mengyu reported an address. Okay, let's go. Qin Yi didn't say anything nonsense. He stretched out his hand directly, held her little hand, and then, the void circulated. Teleport away with her. Question mark question mark question mark. This moment, whether Li Mao or the two boys hiding around, all widened their eyes and couldn't believe their own eyes. I really went on a date with a boy. Who is that boy? He actually held the school flower's hand and ran away. There are freshmen in the family who are big lords and elders. I basically recognize them. I really don't remember the boy just now. Wait, shouldn't the point now be, how did they suddenly disappear? Could it be the teleportation ability? How is this possible? This is the freshman dormitory. How can a freshman have the ability to teleport? Those two boys who are hiding are a little suspicious of life. As for Li Mao, even more dumbfounded. He originally thought that Lin Mengyu came to knock on the door in the middle of the night to get revenge on Qin Yi. After all, he knew that during the day, Qin Yi seemed to be blocking her way. If this schoolgirl is a little narrow-minded and has some temperament, this guess is completely true. However, the result, what did he see? Qin Yi took her hand as soon as he went out. Very intimate look. Then, after a while of space distortion, the two disappeared directly. He said he won't be back tonight. Good guy, how did you get it so quickly? Go directly to her house and find her father. Hiss. It was too fast. Li Mao couldn't help but wonder, is he also going to the door of the office to pick a girl to block the way? Can a bubble girl still bubble like this? Immediately, he thought of an extremely crucial question. That is, by the way, how on earth did they disappear? Could it be the Lord's ability in space? Several kilometers away. Riverside Villa area. Qin Yi took Lin Mengyu's hand, and after the void circulated twice, he brought him here. In terms of distance, one void circulation is enough. But the void circulates and can only be teleported to the location within the field of vision. So, for the first time, Qin Yi took the girl directly to the sky. The second time, it appeared at the destination to go. The reason why he went to Lin Mengyu's house was because Qin Yi wanted to make a deal with her. In the dark world, Qin Yi hid a lot of star fragments, which can be used to improve the rank of servants. But it was useless for Qin Yi to use this star fragment. So, he planned to sell it to Lin Mengyu. Then Lin Mengyu definitely doesn't have that many source crystals. For this matter, she must ask her father for money. Then, Qin Yi took her and went straight to her house. At this time, Lin Zongguo was in the Riverside Villa, in the lobby of his home, chatting with many friends via mobile phones. After learning that his daughter had recruited a mysterious attendant and ranked first in the mysterious attendant list, he had made several calls to his daughter. Pity. When he called, Lin Mengyu was still in the dark world, trying to direct his civilians to catch fish for Qin Yi. Of course I couldn't get his call. Just then, as soon as Lin Zongguo's eyes bloomed, he saw a strange boy who suddenly appeared in front of him. And with his daughter, holding his daughter's hand. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Lin Zongguo was shocked. Nima, what's the situation? Is his daughter in love? How does that work? What's more, Lin Mengyu just went to college and entered the dark world, and at this time, he suddenly found someone to fall in love with. Is that reliable? Totally unreliable. Then, Lin Zongguo stood up from the sofa on the spot. As a result, he was just about to speak. Hello, I'm the Shadow Fiend Lord. 3. When Qin Yi saw Lin Zongguo at first sight, he immediately showed his identity. Quote question mark exclamation mark. As soon as the words came out, Lin Zongguo was stunned for a moment. Shadow Demon Lord. Can he take his daughter and emerge from the void? Is this the teleportation ability of the Shadow Demon Lord? So, you are the Shadow Demon Lord. What a hero out of a boy. Ha ha ha. Well, my daughter didn't cause you any trouble, did she? 3. Lin Waring States changed his attitude in an instant. A very admirable smile. You know, He is the vice chairman of the Jiangdu Lords Association, a level 120 Dark Lord. I have never been so polite when I usually meet a junior. 18. Qin Yi is the Shadow Demon Lord. Then the concept is completely different. He didn't doubt Qin Yi's identity at all. First, there is no way anyone would dare to pretend to be the Shadow Fiend Lord. Second, does his daughter Lin Mengyu know the Shadow Demon Lord? Third, the means of teleportation just now. If it weren't for the Shadow Demon Lord, it would be impossible for a young man to use it. Don't say Qin Yi. Even his mentor, Su Yubing, who is already level 78, belongs to the Genius Lord of the All-Eastern Federation, and it is impossible to have a similar space teleportation ability now. Sit down. This made Lin Zongguo's attitude suddenly become amiable. Watching his attitude change, Lin Mengyu was puzzled for a while. Is this too real? He just stood up with a swoosh, with a serious look on his face. As soon as he heard Qin Yi's identity, he immediately burst into laughter. Soon, he learned of Qin Yi's intentions. Shards of stars, are you going to sell them to my daughter? That's a good thing. This thing, no one else can buy it. In this way, a 5 million source crystal, I will help my family Mengyu all inclusive, how about it? Lin Zongguo did not hesitate at all and made a direct bid. 5 million source crystals. Qin Yi heard that he was definitely satisfied with this price. 18. That's quite a lot. As far as he knows, such offline PY star fragments are basically around 3 million to 4 million source crystals. Why is it so expensive? Mainly because star fragments are just what all lords need. Even Lin Warring States is now in need of star fragments. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Warring States did not border Qin Yi's territory. Even he wanted to buy Qin Yi's star fragments. This is a squire below the emperor level, a precious resource for improving the level. Except for Qin Yi, even a dark lord like Lin Zongguo, his servants can't all reach the emperor level. In this world, only with Qin Yi, the fragments of stars are useless. Because his servants, they were just recruited, at least at the emperor level. Is the price okay? 33. After all, we are a family now, and I, Lin Zongguo, will not be stingy with my own people. Lin Zongguo said with a laugh. Quote. Lin Mengyu was a little strange. Why is this a family? Slaves and masters. This is not a family. Shouldn't her father treat Qin Yi as his son-in-law? Lin Mengyu blushed a little. Fine. Qin Yi nodded. The other party offered a high price, and he naturally had no reason to refuse. Of course, he also knew what Lin Zongguo thought, that he wanted to monopolize the star fragments here by relying on this high price. Lin Zongguo is also very clear. Based on the terrifying potential of the Shadow Demon Lord, Lin Mengyu will definitely not be the only subordinate in the future. When Qin Yi took in other subordinates, Lin Warring States hopes that Qin Yi still treats Lin Mengyu preferentially. In other words, it is to spend more money to make Qin Yi eccentric towards his daughter Lin Mengyu. This is naturally no problem for Qin Yi. Originally, Qin Yi was thinking of offsetting Lin Mengyu's one-day salary in the dark world, but in reality she asked her to pay hundreds of thousands more. But since Lin Warring States asked for 5 million won, and he packaged it directly, there was no problem. Anyway, now Lin Mengyu's pocket money for a day is really a drizzle to Qin Yi. Now I have 7 star fragments. Do you want it all? 3. So Qin Yi asked. So much. This figure shocked Lin Warring States a bit. The output of the star fragments is the drop of the dark creatures of the general level, prince level and emperor level, and the drop rate is extremely low. When Lin Zongguo had the best luck, he also obtained at most 2 star fragments a day. As a result, Qin Yi is here. 7 star fragments in one day. Wouldn't it be true that in just 3 days, Lin Mengyu would be able to elevate an unnamed knight attendant at the overseer level to the level of a general? How many dark bait did this open and how many dark creatures were killed? And kill it fast. When opening the dark bait, the faster you kill, the faster the monsters refresh, and the more high-grade monsters appear. In Qin Yi's place, no matter what kind of monsters, they are basically instant kills. That efficiency is naturally far superior to other lords. Of course the more the better. Lin Warring States laughed. I am in the dark world, there are many allied lords in the surrounding Eastern Federation, the situation is stable, the income is stable, several hundred million can still be affordable. 95. Row. Qin Yi nodded. Star fragments cannot be extracted from the dark world to the blue star, so they can only be traded within the dark world. So, the next step is for Lin Zongguo to give Qin Yi money first. Then Qin Yi handed over the star fragments to Lin Mengyu in the dark world. After this wave of PY transactions, Lin Zongguo breathed a sigh of relief. At least he finally has a place where he can help Lin Mengyu. With the support of the star fragments from Qin Yi, Lin Mengyu's attendance rank will definitely increase much faster than other new lords. The lord rating is higher. The more powerful the lord is. You can even try it, to hit the global squire list. By the way, oh no, is the territory okay tonight? Why don't you stay at our house? Uncle, there are still many rooms in this room. Lin Warring States tentatively retained Qin Yi. He really wanted to get closer to Qin Yi, mainly because he wanted to see Qin Yi's character as a human being. Unfortunately, tonight I promised my attendant to take her around Zhongdu. Qin Yi shook his head and refused. Oh yes. 3. Lin Zongguo suddenly realized, your nine-tailed demon fox attendant has 3 stars and can be brought out. One day, helicopter Samsung. This speed. Lin Warring States was extremely shocked. But after all, they are legendary servants, and it is only natural that they can rise so fast. Then say goodbye. Qin Yi smiled and said hello to Lin Mengyu. Then teleport away. When he leaves, Lin Zongguo quickly sent a text message and asked someone to help him investigate some things. Soon he got first-hand information about Qin Yi. Qin Yi, no father and no mother. Work-study program, studying while working, and was admitted to Zhongdu Lord University. No bad habits. I never talked about a girlfriend. The top 10 in the whole school in high school. The theoretical knowledge of the dark world is very solid. Saw these information. Lin Zongguo finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this is a very stable young man. He was really afraid that Qin Yi's character would not be good, so his daughter Lin Mengyu would be equivalent to entering a wolf's den. Transfer 99,000 yuanjing to your account. From the account, Zhongdu Lord University Finance Office, 3 hours ago. Transfer 35 million yuanjing to your account. From the account, Lin Warring States, just. Qin Yi circulated through the void, teleported to the riverside, and glanced at the text messages on his mobile phone. Can't help feeling rich. Now you can take the little fox and wave freely. Whatever little loli wants, she can buy it for her. In reality, yuanjing, in Qin Yi's opinion, has no need to save, it is all used for spending. It can't be brought into the dark world anyway. It's just an unremarkable currency in circulation. The source crystal of the Dark Lord card has been received, so I will trouble Director Su. Qin Yi thought about it and sent a message to Su Yubing. After all, they helped him recover the Dark Lord card. Although 99,000 source crystals are nothing to Qin Yi now. But you can't keep saying a word, it's too rude. No trouble, if you have anything in the future, just come and find a mentor. If you encounter any difficulties in the dark world, remember to ask mentors for advice. Mentors are experienced and will definitely be able to help you. Su Yubing quickly replied with a message. It is good. Qin Yi replied. Just by the riverside where people came and went, he opened the system panel and selected. Summon the 3-star attendant, the 9-tailed demon fox Su Daji. Here, it is the best place in Zhongdu City. On both sides of the river, pedestrians are everywhere. The lights are bright and the traffic is busy. There are many shopping malls, food streets and other places not far away. All servants of the dark world have no chance to enjoy delicious food, so Qin Yi naturally wants to take Xiao Daji everywhere to play. Right here by the river. Originally, there were many pedestrians walking. There are also many of them with attendants from the dark world. There are beautiful attendants, and there are male attendants in armor. Even some servants who are not human, such as Torin or something, are often seen. Each lord can only bring one attendant back to Blue Star at the same time. Unless there is anything else, this is the iron rule. At the same time, if in this case, the core of the lord is destroyed, only the attendant who was brought back to Blue Star can survive. Other servants, all will be destroyed together with the core of the lord. Certainly, even if the lord reopens after that, the attendants he brought out will no longer be able to enter the dark world, which is equivalent to being left in Blue Star forever. At this time, the riverside. There were two young people who were constantly observing the girls coming and going, as well as the beautiful attendants behind some lords. Discuss each other. Look at that one, the elf here, it's quite beautiful, but unfortunately it's too tall, and the proportions of the body are not harmonious. It's an eighth among the attendants. And over there, the attendant is also beautiful. It's a pity that it's an airport, so let's take 7.5 minutes. And this, hiss. 3. This. Here's a perfect girl. I give a 10. Do not. 100. 1,000 points. One of the young men seemed to see something that shocked him. A pair of eyes completely widened. I saw an ordinary boy standing by the riverside. It was Qin Yi. And beside Qin Yi, with a burst of space distortion, a red petite figure walked out of the space. The long red hair like a waterfall, soft and charming, waving in the wind, seems to be affecting people's heartstrings. 9 fluffy and cute fox tails stretch out in the wind. Beneath a pair of lovely red fox ears, there are a pair of beautiful light purple eyes, and now they are looking around with curiosity. A red coat and a red umbrella. With her graceful and perfect body curve, it outlines the most beautiful scenery under the riverside night. Here is Blue Star. Su Daji looked at the surrounding scenes and couldn't help being a little surprised. This place, sure enough, there is a world of difference from the territory of the dark world. In the dark world, looking around, the edge of the field of vision is always a dark to the extreme. And here, there is no end to the horizon. Even at night, there is moonlight, completely unlike the darkness of the dark world. That's real world. Let's go, I'll take you to eat first. Qin Yi smiled and held her hand. Okay. The little fox smiled sweetly, hugged his arms with both hands, clinging to him, and did not hide his dependence on him in the slightest. In fact, she didn't care what Qin Yi took her to do. She only hopes to be with Qin Yi, that's all. And the people around. Seeing her so intimate with Qin Yi, it broke my heart. Such a superbly beautiful attendant actually belongs to a young student. Certainly, no one would have the idea of robbing Su Daji. Because any attendant is always 100% loyal to his own lord, and no one else can take it away no matter what. Not to mention, when Su Daji came to Blue Star, people around her soon guessed her identity. 9 Tails. Fox. Could this be the 9-tailed demon fox who recently occupied the squire list? On the level 10 attendant list and the level 20 attendant list, the 9-tailed demon fox Su Daji is almost a household name. These two lists have not changed for too long. This change, on a global scale, has aroused numerous heated discussions. The name of the Shadow Fiend Lord is also known all over the world. On the squire list, people can only see the avatars of the squires. Can't see full-body 3D images. And this time, when someone saw Su Daji in Jiangdu, along the river, they quickly thought of the 9-tailed demon fox, and then compared it with the avatar of the servant list. This is almost exactly the same. If I had to say anything different, it would be. The real person is much prettier than the avatar. Like a fairy descending to the earth, she has a peerless grace and splendor, and she will conquer the country and the city. Lord, there are so many people in Langsing, are they all dark lords like you? The little fox Daji clings to Qin Yi and looks around curiously while walking on the road. Some are not, and some lords have been wiped out in the dark world, but they can still return to the Blue Star life, but they can't continue to become stronger. Qin Yi answered, what are those whistling steel shelves in the middle of the road? That's a car. It can be started with source crystals and controlled by humans. You can understand it as a lifeless mount. What are the cubes in their hands? Why are they facing us with cubes? That's a cell phone. A cell phone can take pictures, they're taking pictures of us. Everything about Blue Star was very new to Su Daji. All attendants, at the beginning of their birth, only had 8 or 93 knowledge about the dark world. So Qin Yi could only explain to her one by one. For the people who come and go, many people take pictures of them, and some even want to take pictures with Su Daji. Qin Yi naturally refused. Certainly, there were also many beautiful girls along the way, who came to take a photo with Qin Yi. This is the legendary, terrifying Shadow Demon Lord. In the Eastern Federation, countless young girls have already admired him very much. Now that I see a real person and find that Qinyi is still so handsome, of course it is hard to hide his admiration, and it is normal to want to take a group photo. Unfortunately, Qinyi also rejected him. How strange. These people are not afraid when they see you, Lord. Daji, the little fox, felt that he couldn't understand it. Because in her cognition, once other Dark Lords met Qinyi, they were all killed by Qinyi. Otherwise, just like Lin Mengyu, he became a subordinate. The result is at Blue Star. Not only were those people not afraid of Qinyi, but they also ran over to sign autographs, take photos and so on. Too weird. At Blue Star, that's true. Qinyi didn't know how to explain this. Can only say, the Dark World can only be said to be a special world, and that is the battlefield for the Dark Lords. But in Blue Star, it is impossible for most people to become the Great Lord. So, in fact, the difference between people's lives and the earth before Qinyi crossed was not as big as he imagined. Many lords died in the middle. Being defeated by other lords, he had no choice but to end his journey to the Dark World. Go back to Blue Star and continue a peaceful life. It is conceivable that these people admire the great lords of the Dark World very much. The current Qinyi, as a shadow demon lord, he is even adored by many people. Next, Qinyi took the little fox Daji and went to the food street to buy food for her. I went to the pedestrian mall to buy her clothes. In Qinyi's opinion, shopping and eating should be something that girls like. This little fox should be no exception, right? As it turns out, it does. Beautiful new clothes make her very happy. All kinds of food also made her addicted to it. This is a life that is impossible to enjoy in the Dark World. Finally, midnight. She finally got a little tired from shopping, so Qinyi took her to a hotel with the best view by the river. This riverside hotel is a 7-star hotel, with more than 8,000 yuanjing staying for one night. Services and facilities are top-notch in the world. Each room can be freely changed according to the customer's favorite room type. This is the yuanjing era. Active crystals is energy. It's not that hard to achieve this functionality. If you save some more source crystals, you can buy a suite yourself. I can't bring her to the hotel every day. Qinyi began to think about the future. And when he took the little fox Daji to check in and rest. The circle of friends of the country, and even the global lords, has exploded. I saw the Shadow Fiend Lord with my own eyes. The Shadow Demon Lord is so handsome. The 9-tailed demon fox is so beautiful. I want to come up with 100 million, just to shake hands. 100 million. Are you eating rubber? That is a legendary servant, and may even become a myth in the future. 100 million is not even qualified to touch the hair. However, the Shadow Demon Lord is too careless to show his identity so struttingly. You know wool. Since people dare to show up, they naturally have their own cards. So ever, Qinyi's identity was revealed like this. But he didn't feel anything wrong. It is still very safe in the Eastern Federation. Even if it is really in danger, the little fox Daji can be directly sent back to the Dark World. As for himself, whether it is to use the Dark Physique ability, incarnate the darkness, or return to the Dark World, he cannot be killed by anyone. Right now, he just lacks some realistic attacking abilities. If someone wants to kill him, totally impossible. Zhongdu Lord University, Instructor's Dormitory. Su Yubing wrapped in a nightgown, burrowed under the covers, and checked various information on her mobile phone. The more you look, the more you blush. She is so ashamed. Not long ago, Qinyi texted her to thank her for helping to recycle that Dark Lord card. At that time, she also casually replied a message, asking Qinyi to remember to find her if he encounters difficulties in the Dark World. She is experienced and sure to help. The result was unexpected. He's actually the Shadow Demon Lord. This made Su Yubing a little dumbfounded, blushing to the root of her neck. With the strength of the Shadow Demon Lord, where do you need her help? Although, in terms of absolute combat power now, she thinks Qinyi can't compare to her. But, Qinyi was in the area of his new lord, and it was impossible for Qinyi to meet any opponents. That is a terrifying existence with 2 legendary servants. That development must be smooth all the way. Certainly. Su Yubing felt a little strange when he learned that Qinyi was the Shadow Demon Lord. After all, this is her student. She is the mentor of the Shadow Fiend Lord. You must know that although she is strong, She is not outrageously strong, that is, her potential is relatively large. But Qin Yi, the Shadow Demon Lord, has just entered the Dark World, and everyone knows that the future must be an existence that can make a mark in history. Thinking of it this way, she naturally got Qin Yi's light. If Qin Yi became the Super Lord of the Dark World in a few years, she would stand up and say that she was the mentor of the Shadow Demon Lord. Does that feel like a good thing? And in the Riverside Villa area. After Qin Yi left, Lin Zongguo chatted with his daughter Lin Mengyu. Mainly about the mysterious attendant. He wanted to know what abilities the mysterious attendant had. Ah, mysterious servant, you mean, that's Saitama. Lin Mengyu was a little puzzled. I don't know. What? Lin Zongguo also looked puzzled. Isn't that your mysterious attendant? You don't even know what abilities he has. That's not my servant. Lin Mengyu was stunned. It's not yours. Lin Zongguo was shocked. No, it's Qin Yi's. Lin Mengyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She thought about it, and she probably knew what was going on. Lord Jack of the Star Kingdom never saw anything related to Qin Yi, but only saw her at the end, so he subconsciously thought she was the owner of Saitama. In the end, even the Lord Core of Lord Jack was given to her by Qin Yi to destroy. Therefore, Lord Jack, it is really impossible to imagine that Saitama, the mysterious attendant who knocked out his warlord-level Tauren Berserker with one punch, is actually Lord Shadow Demon. If he knew, that guy would cry to death. After all, being sent away by the same person twice in a row is really miserable. I see. After Lin Zongguo learned the truth, he thought about it. Soon he said, since this is the case, then don't talk about this matter. Once you say it, others will definitely think that you are Qin Yi's subordinate. Now that the Shadow Fiend Lord is on the cusp of the storm, you suddenly stand up, and it is easy to be targeted. For the safety of his daughter, Lin Zongguo asked Lin Mengyu to stay outside, so don't tell the truth about it. That is to say, temporarily admit that Saitama is her mysterious attendant. Thus, she is a subordinate of the Shadow Demon Lord, so she can hide it for a while. Temporary. Only Lin Zongguo and the 7 freshman tutors of Zhongdu Lord University knew about this matter. This is the protection of Lin Mengyu. She is not Qin Yi after all. Qin Yi has the ability to protect herself, she doesn't. In the face of the forces that can affect the global situation, even Lin Zongguo thinks he has no ability to protect his daughter comprehensively. Everything has to be done with caution. The night passed. The sky is bright. Qin Yi opened his phone habitually and found that he had received a lot of messages. The more important one is that Lin Zongguo, on behalf of the Zhongdu Lords Association, invited him to join. It stands to reason that the Lords Associations in various places are basically the Lords of the 40 or 50 levels before they are eligible to join. It's a pity that Qin Yi is not interested in this. You can't break the rules just because of me. Joining the association should wait until I reach level 50. 5. Qin Yi replied with a message to refuse. In fact, he was too lazy to mind his own business. This association, adding or not joining in, will not help him at all to improve his strength. He stretched out and found that the delicate body of the little fox Daji was lying in his arms, sleeping soundly. This made Qin Yi smile. He didn't do anything out of the ordinary last night. This little loli is really a little loli. Although the body is already amazing. But looking at the face, the age is really too young. How can Qin Yi get his hands on this? Let's wait until she grows up. A little bit bigger. Qin Yi reminds himself all the time. Then, he pulled the little fox Daji to get up together. Let the hotel send 2 breakfasts. Just during breakfast, Qin Yi has received a private chat from Attendant Lame Li. Lord, there is a red cavalry 800 meters away, do you want to kill it? Lame Li asks. Qin Yi narrowed his eyes. Before he left the Dark World, he asked Lame Li to guard the underground magma river area. No one should disturb the operation of his purgatory horse farm. Killed. Qin Yi didn't hesitate and ordered directly. After a while, Lord, he has already shot and used 2 arrows. It is conservatively estimated that the opponent's blood volume exceeds 6,000 points. Lame Li replied. This news made Qin 2.8 Yi take it seriously. A cavalry unit has more than 6,000 HP, which means that its squire has reached 12,000 HP. This is the encounter with a high-level lord. To know Now even Su Daji only has 14,000 HP. Qin Huang Ying Zheng actually had 26,000 HP, but that was an increase from the Purgatory Warhorse, and the Daqin Iron Cavalry under his command all inherited 4,440 HP. That is to say, the basic HP of the opponent's cavalry has surpassed the current Daqin cavalry. Obviously, the attendant of the other party not only has a high level, but also has a high star rating, otherwise it is impossible to have the attributes on a par with the legendary level. I'm coming here. Qin Yi knew that the opponent this time was different from the previous one. It was exactly as he expected. The underground magma river area is too far from his initial territory. Once you encounter a lord there, the level is definitely not low. Certainly, Qin Yi is not too nervous now. In the first place, he won't be able to beat him. Second, even if he can't beat him temporarily, he wants to beat the opponent, which is a wave of promotion. Go to the Dark World first and collect the vegetables. Original Crystal, Purgatory Warhorse, military exploits, equipment. I should have accumulated a lot. After he left the Dark World. In his territory, dark creatures will still be refreshed, and there may even be Emperor level and Epic level monsters. After these monsters are killed, they are all harvests. And these gains, it can completely increase the combat power of his servants and legions. Maybe there will be a few 7-star epic equipment that will be slapped in the face, isn't that a beauty? That's when Qin Yi was going to return to the Dark World to collect food. The identity of his Shadow Demon Lord is revealed. There has been an uproar all over the East. At this time, Qin Yi's roommate, Li Mao, got up alone in the dormitory. The first thing is to observe whether there is anything wrong with the territory of the Dark World. The Lords of Blue Star have no vision of their own territory. But he can communicate with the servants in the territory. It's okay, everything is fine, no one is calling. Li Mao heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he glanced at the bed next door, which was empty. Tut, this stuff is too cool. Actually got the school flower, ah. Li Mao sighed. The 5 bodies that Qin Yi admired fell to the ground. In his opinion, Lin Mengyu's starting S-level talent, his father is also the vice president of the City Lords Association, and his family conditions are extremely advantageous. Qin Yi was able to win this school flower so quickly. Really amazing. Is this the advantage of being handsome? Li Mao was a little sad. While washing, he took out his phone. I wanted to see if anyone had messaged him or something. Result. Suddenly a piece of news popped up. The identity of the Shadow Demon Lord is exposed. He is actually a freshman at Zhongdu Lord University. Li Mao was stunned. Then click on the news. Take a look. In the news, there are many pictures attached, all of which were last night when Qin Yi took Su Daji and went shopping near the river bank. There is even a photo of him taking Su Daji into the hotel. Fog Grass, Shadow Demon Lord, Qin Yi. The young man suddenly widened his eyes. Gudong. He couldn't help swallowing, then suddenly realized, why aren't you brushing your teeth? Shit, did I swallow the toothpaste? Say, hurry up and spit it out. He rushed into the bathroom. After several minutes, he walked out with no love, and the whole person looked a little out of breath. Only at this time did he understand. It turned out that Qin Yi didn't go back to the dormitory last night, not because he was doing something with the school flower Lin Mengyu. Instead, he went with his own servants. Legendary servant. 9-tailed demon fox Su.26. Just looking at the photos taken from a distance on the news, he can feel what a beautiful woman she is. This made Li Mao extremely envious. Not to mention combat power. Just talking about looks. Isn't this much more fun than the Swamp Murloc he recruited by Li Mao's novice 10 draws? Why can Qin Yi recruit such a beautiful fox demon? And I'm a Swamp Murloc. Is the gap between people really that big? Certainly. Most importantly, Qin Yi's identity as the Shadow Demon Lord has been exposed. This made Li Mao faintly excited. He knew about the Shadow Demon Lord before, and he admired him immensely. Result. Is this Shadow Demon Lord his roommate? This is too magical. He didn't even know how to get along with Qin Yi. At the same time, not only Li Mao, but also the other students of Zhongdu Lord University are already boiling. Every class is talking about it. Not even just students. Su Yubing got up in the morning and was called directly by the school leaders. Are you sure that our school, freshman Qin Yi, is the Shadow Demon Lord? A leader asked. Su Yubing nodded. Sure, he used teleportation under the eyes of people. This kind of space system ability, at least SS level, is impossible for Shadow Demon Lords. Then, as his mentor, you can care more about him, help him more in life and study. The school leaders spoke up. This, I will. Su Yubing was a little embarrassed. Lord of Shadow Demons. She already knew that just yesterday, Qin Yi earned 35 million source crystals. Such an existence, where does she need her help? You have to take the initiative, don't wait for him to find you, you know. Walk around with him more. School leaders, take Qin Yi very seriously. Originally, Su Yubing could be said to be the signature of Zhongdu Lord University. She achieved the third place in the National Lord Martial Arts competition of her level, which was very dazzling. But now, after Qin Yi appeared, obviously, the leaders of the school's great lords have paid more attention to Qin Yi than her 10 times. This made Su Yubing a little helpless. But no way. Who made Qin Yi the Shadow Demon Lord? Based on what Qin Yi has achieved now, she is completely incomparable. Not to mention later, it is foreseeable that it will not be long before Qin Yi can surpass her mentor. And Qin Yi himself, who has sparked a heated debate around the world. It didn't take part in any discussions at all. He took the little fox Daji and returned to the dark world. Coming back after more than 10 hours. It's a big change. Qin Yi took Su Daji to stand on the city wall, his eyes lit up. According to the plan before he left, the city wall has been extended towards both sides, with a total length of 9 kilometers. In other words, one of the walls of his, Shadow City, has been completed. When this city wall was built, the entire territory looked much more pleasing to the eye. And, the Lord's Hall is complete. This is a quite magnificent palace, the main hall, the side hall, the apse, the side hall. The Lord's Hall alone covers an area of several square kilometers. As for the dwellings, they were built in the southwest area of the city. More than 300 dwellings have been completed, and if there are 3 people in one room, a total of nearly 1,000 people can be accommodated. Come and see the harvest. Qin Yi first checked the Lord's log. Your city is growing in size, attracting 178 refugees to defect. You have been away for 11 hours, during which the territorial income is 2.178 million crystals. The number of your purgatory horses plus 4. Your squires killed 2,256 invading dark creatures. You got 885,000 origin crystals by killing dark creatures. By killing dark creatures, the equipment you get: 7-star Lord Equipment 1, 6-star Attendant Equipment 2, 5-star Attendant Equipment 6. By killing dark creatures, the props you get are: God Fragment 1, Star Fragment 2, Recruitment Book 2. A series of Lord Log records made Qin Yi's eyes light up. I actually got a level 7 Lord equipment. Check out the warehouse. Qin Yi checked the warehouse directly. 7-star equipment, that is, epic equipment, can only be dropped by killing epic monsters. That is to say, during his absence, an epic dark creature was also refreshed in the territory, which was directly killed by the servants. The dropped source crystals and props were also picked up by the servants and returned to the Lord's warehouse. That's the benefit of finishing the dark bait. Because the number of dark creatures killed is large enough, the dark creatures that are usually brushed out from the edge of darkness may also be of high grade. Abyss Dragon Spear, 7-star Lord Equipment, the Lord's personal combat power plus 310, attack plus 544, movement speed plus 108%. Active skill: summon the Abyss Black Dragon Phantom, attack any territory 1 km * 1 km, cause 500% damage to all enemy units in the area, and the skill cooldown is 3,600 seconds. Equipment requirements: Level 18. Level 18, 7-star Epic Gear. Qin Yi glanced at the attributes and was immediately delighted. This weapon can remotely attack any one of your own territory, and the attack range is 1 square kilometer. He directly replaced the previous 4-star Hunyuan Divine Sword. After taking the Abyss Dragon Broken Spear, his lord's personal combat power reached 752 points. That is, it is equivalent to 7,520 points of basic HP, 1,504 points of basic attack, and 752 points of basic defense. In addition to the 544 attack of the Abyss Dragon's Broken Spear, the final attack is 2048 points. That is to say, when I released the Abyss Black Dragon Phantom, the basic damage was more than 10,000. As expected of a 7-star epic equipment, Qin Yi couldn't help but sigh. This equipment is really insane. Just imagine, if the enemy wanted to attack him, but the other party didn't even see his people. Suddenly, the phantom of the Black Dragon in the sky appeared and smashed the opponent's army of 10,000 people. This is a strategic weapon. The only pity is that this skill can only be released once every 3,600 seconds, and the cooling time is too long. But it's fine. After all, this method itself only needs to be used at critical moments. My lord equipment, armor and accessories are only 5 stars. The jewelry is fine, it's a money doll, it has a special effect. But the armor is anti-magic armor, and its main attribute is to increase magic resistance. The effect is not very big. 5. When will it be replaced? Otherwise my HP and defense will be too low. Qin Yi pondered for a while. It's a pity that the Lord's equipment drop rate itself is relatively low, and it is quite good to have a 7-star Abyss Dragon Spear. In addition, there are 2 6-star Attendant equipment and 6 5-star Attendant equipment in the warehouse. Qin Yi checked it and replaced it with the servants. Certainly, 6-star and 5-star equipment, the effect is not as good as 7-star equipment, that is, it improves the basic attributes of the servants and does not add very good special effects. Then he checked the population of the territory. Not bad. The population of the Tier 3 conscription camp is already full. All recruited. In addition to the 178 refugees who defected, Qin Yi now has a total of more than 200 idle people. Of these, 115 civilians. 145 soldiers. Direct training. Qin Yi ordered to go down on the spot, and let the attendants and soldiers all come to the Third Order school grounds. Train 45 Dakan cavalry and increase the number of Dakan cavalry to 100. Train 45 demon mages, and also increase the number to 100. 65 soldiers left. Qin Yi thought about it. Keep it for now. Wait for Lame Li to come back and train as a divine archer. It has to be said that the archer who passively increases the range has a unique advantage in defense. Whether it is the Dakan Iron Cavalry or the Demon Mage, they are far inferior. Therefore, a certain number of divine archers are used to defend the city, which is still very useful. Due to Lame Li's level up, now the archer's range has been passively increased to 800 meters. This range is more than double that of other archer servants of the same level. Not to mention compared to the troops of other archer servants. Immediately after, Qin Yi arranged all the newly recruited civilians to build everywhere. Now he has a total of 199 civilians. The construction speed can be said to be about twice as fast as before. At last, Qin Yi just started to calculate the upgrade requirements of his Lord Core. When I woke up, I actually had a source crystal of over 3 million. My Lord Core, and all the servants, will consume a total of 2.2 million if they want to upgrade to level 29. Upgrade. Qin Yi didn't hesitate, directly upgraded the Lord Core to level 29. In this way, he can check his own Lord rating in real time, which is more convenient for his own development. Lord's personal combat power. 752 points. Right pointing arrow 977 points. Close black lens bracket. Qin Yi's personal combat power is directly improved. And, with the level of the servants, all of them have been upgraded to level 29, which is equivalent to all the subordinates in Qin Yi's territory. The combat power has skyrocketed. It is different from the level-by-level promotion of other lords. Qin Yi has been upgraded to level 9 all of a sudden, so the increase in combat power is naturally no joke. Take the little fox Su Daji as an example. After upgrading from level 19 to level 29, her attributes have improved significantly. Open black lens bracket defense. 576 right pointing arrow 816 close black lens bracket. The blood volume skyrocketed by 5,000 points. 897 attack increased by more than 1,000. This is matched with the Senluo orb in her hand. If triggering an 80% attack increase, the damage will explode directly. And when the servants level up, their respective passive effects have also been improved. Su Daji. The normal attack orb will bounce 33 times. Ying Zheng. Shi Huang's coercion, all enemies in the territory take 300% more damage. Akasha, increases the defense and health regeneration speed of all allies in the territory by 600 points. Bai Qi, each time you attack, the number of damage-free stacks obtained by yourself is increased to 30 stacks. Qin Yi's overall combat power has been improved in all directions. How cool is this word? I don't seem to have done anything. Just fell asleep and woke up to improve. Qin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He grows up so easily. If this is a lord game, then he and other dark lords are not playing the same game at all. Then, Qin Yi checked his current lord rating. Open black lens bracket under the current level, your lord rating is S level, close black lens bracket. Note 1. Your territory is not big enough. Note 2. Your population is too small. Note 3. You have too few buildings. It's only S class again. But that's right, the maximum territory of a level 29 lord is 841 tiles, which is 841 square kilometers. I'm only 400 blocks now, not even half of it. But this is a good solution. After all, I am expanding my territory now, and I don't even need to buy the Seal of the Mist. In terms of architecture, it should be almost the same when my circle of city walls is enclosed. The biggest headache is the population and the number of soldiers. The number of people cannot be obtained by plundering, which is very uncomfortable. It can only grow on its own, relying on urban construction to attract refugees or exploding troops. Still got a bomb. Otherwise, the later the delay is, if his rating does not rise but falls, it will be a bit uncomfortable. Have to say, Qin Yi's current territorial foundation is really a bit poor. If it weren't for the fact that he had so many super strong attendants, his lord rating might not even have a rank, and it would be good to have a B. Especially the population. The 29th level lords have been developed for at least 2 months. The population is 3 or 4,000 anyway. And Qin Yi is here. The total population is only 3 or 400, not even 1/10 of the family. If the lord's rating is high, there will be ghosts. Level 30 is still in the early stage. Other lords are rated at this level, and the record is S level. I have reached this level purely by my servants. But I need to push the limits. In this case, we have to find a way to quickly increase the population. Just when Qin Yi was thinking, Lame Li, who was 300 kilometers away, suddenly sent another message privately. Lord. At the same time, a team of 12 red cavalrymen appeared, rushing towards us. Qin Yi quickly checked the situation on Lame Li's side. At the entrance to the underground magma river area, is a lava cave. Qin Yi built a sentry tower around the entrance of the cave, and let Lame Li guard with 5 demon mages. Lava cave, in the center of that territory. The red cavalry that Lame Li saw are all outside this territory. In other words, the other party has no vision of this territory. I don't know, who shot the cavalry just now? Qin Yi narrowed his eyes. No wonder the opponent dared to send 12 more cavalry to charge towards the territory where Lame Li was. Because the other party can't see Lame Li yet. And at this level, there are already quite a few shooters with a range of nearly 1,000 meters. In the case of level 40 or 50, the range of 1,000 meters is nothing. Therefore, the other party did not realize that this would be the Shadow Demon Lord. The cavalry on the opposite side is scattered. It looks like it's going to expand here. Lame Li quickly chatted over privately. No need for him to say, Qin Yi also saw the movement of the other party. Shoot, Qin Yi ordered quickly. This territory is where Qin Yi used to attract purgatory horses. In the underground magma river area, there are already 6 purgatory warhorses, and they will attract faster and faster. Once discovered by others, there may be some trouble. Then, Lame Li began to lift up the glacier god bow in his hand, and activated his 2 skill to move like the wind. Attack speed increased by 100%, 5 arrows per second. Shish, arrows were shot towards the group of cavalry rushing towards each other. Originally, Qin Yi thought that he could directly kill the opponent, and even if he triggered the permafrost glacier, he could kill the opponent's 12 cavalry in seconds. However, when the 12 cavalrymen of the other side charged over, a burst of brilliance suddenly shone from their bodies. Then, a layer of blocked status appeared below the name. When Lame Lee's attack fell on these cavalry, they were completely blocked by the shields in their hands. Large shield cavalry. Does it really have the ability to block? And it seems to be able to refresh a block status every once in a while. Qin Yi was a little surprised when he saw it. This kind of knowledge about arms can only be cited in textbooks, and cannot be included. Because there are so many types of troops in the Dark World. At this time, Qin Yi was a little confused about how the opponent's block state was generated. As Lame Lee shot arrows one by one, the group of cavalry had been refreshing the block state all the time, failing to cause a single point of damage. Permafrost Glacier triggered. When the special effect of the 7-star Glacier bow is triggered, the opponent's 3 cavalry are frozen. The block state on his body finally stopped triggering. 3 seconds later, Glacier burst. The 3 cavalrymen were killed on the spot in the glacier. And the other 9 cavalry. Qin Yi saw that 3 or 4 layers of block status had been superimposed on his body. Still charging. Could it be that as long as you charge for a certain distance, you can get a block state and block any damage? In this situation, if I had a legion of divine archers, I wouldn't be able to rush forward at all. Qin Yi is a little pity. In this case, the permafrost glacier is also only 200 meters away. The opponent's cavalry spread too far. When Lame Lee's basic attacks were all blocked, and only the permafrost glacier could stop the opponent, there was simply not enough time to shoot the opponent's cavalry one by one. The block of the opponent's large shield cavalry almost perfectly restrained Lame Lee's performance. After all, he is only 1. The attack frequency is not enough to break the block state that the opponent has been refreshing. He could only watch the opponent's cavalry helplessly throw out the seal of breaking the fog, and gain the vision of the territory where Lame Lee is located. Looks like it needs support. 95. Qin Yi was composed and calm. If the opponent wants to fight, it is very likely that there will be thousands of troops appearing soon. If there are 10,000 such large shield cavalry, then Qin Yi now has only one way to deal with it. That is, relying on Su Daji's big move. Otherwise, the opponent's tens of thousands of cavalry will charge, and they will not know how many layers of block status. Can't beat these cavalry at all. By the time, the one-eyed shooter, Lame Lee, must have been washed away. Even if Qin Yi could teleport Lame Lee away and rescue him, he would also let the underground magma river area fall. This is unacceptable to Qin Yi. Even if he just obtained an Abyss Dragon Spear that can attack all targets within a grid. 3-1. That would be blocked by the block of the Great Shield Cavalry. All attendants, prepare for battle. Qin Yi ordered directly. Holding the soft little hand of the little Daji beside him, the void circulates. Send. A few minutes ago, a lord with a large shield cavalry. The title is Lord of the Great Demon King, and the lord level is 45. She was wrapped in a black robe, riding a snow-white unicorn mount, and was wandering a few kilometers out of Qin Yi's field of vision. In front of her is her 3,000 large shield cavalry troops. And behind her, there are 1,500 fairy priests troops. The 1+12 large shield cavalrymen who appeared in front of Qin Yi were just the vanguard, and they were sent by her to explore the way. And on her snow-white unicorn, there was also a general-level attendant, Forest Fairy Beatrice, with a graceful figure and a long goose-yellow dress, sitting with her. Lord and attendant sit on the same unicorn. It can be seen that they have a good relationship with each other. Report. The advance cavalry was shot. Suddenly, a battle report message came back. And the Lord of the Great Demon King also saw with his own eyes that when one of her large shield cavalrymen rushed out of the darkness, he was directly shot by 2 arrows shot out of the darkness on the side. Meet someone else. 2 arrows shot my large shield cavalry. It can be seen that the opponent's attack is very fierce. This big devil lord, a pair of beautiful eyes under the black cloak, showed a strange color. Her large shield cavalry cannot always refresh the block state. That is the arm skill of the Great Shield Cavalry, which needs to be activated before it can take effect. For every 96 meters of charge, you will get a layer of block status, which can be superimposed infinitely, but the charge stacked block status can only last for 1 minute. In this minute, her large shield cavalry regiment is almost invincible. But after a minute, That's straight down. Therefore, her first advance large shield cavalry, before she could react to open the block, was quickly shot by Lame Li. But later, she was ready. When you find that the opponent's attack is strong, this big devil lord looks a little excited. Directly dispatched 12 large shield cavalry, towards the direction where the arrow was shot, turned on the block state to charge, to find out the field of vision. Lord, can this really be successful? The general level attendant, Forest Fairy Beatrice, held by the great demon lord, couldn't help asking. Don't worry, it's definitely possible. As long as the two of them meet, they will definitely fight, and then we will take the opportunity to run away. The great demon lord said with certainty. But judging by her heaving chest, obviously, she is also very nervous now. Just then, the 12 large shield cavalry she sent out finally expanded to the side in the darkness. The scene that appeared in her field of vision surprised her for a while. What? This isn't right. Why are there only a few people guarding the entrance to a cave? And many more. That archer. In her field of vision, a line of small characters gradually appeared clearly. Open black lens bracket one-eyed archer katakana middle dot limply emperor level servant close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level 29 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket star rating 2 stars close black lens bracket. Attendants, in the eyes of other lords, will show their rank and star. When the big devil lord saw this line of information at a glance, there is an incredible feeling directly. Emperor level, one-eyed shooter. Isn't this the attendant of the Shadow Fiend Lord who has been very popular recently? How could he be here? To know, the great demon lord is the one who has entered the dark world for nearly half a year. Raising the level to level 45, with a legion of thousands of people, is not an easy task. Logically speaking, there will be no intersection with the Shadow Demon Lord who has just entered the dark world. But now, she actually saw the servants of the Shadow Fiend Lord. How can this little boy run so far? The great demon lord is a little puzzled. But anyway, when she saw this scene, her face was a little bad. Lord, what's the matter with you? The attendant forest goblin who was sitting on the unicorn with her seemed to see that the lord's face was not very good, and asked curiously, this one-eyed shooter, if I remember correctly, belongs to the Shadow Demon Lord. The new lord who just broke the 10th and 20th Squire records. He's definitely strong. Should be able to confront each other head-on. As long as they fight, we can create an opportunity to escape. The great demon lord shook his head. She originally thought so. But when she found out that the other party was the Shadow Demon Lord, she immediately changed her opinion. No matter how strong my little brother is, the development time is too short. The main thing is that the population is definitely small. How can you compete with lords who are nearly level 50 just by relying on servants? I can't hurt him. He is the future great lord of our Eastern Federation, and he must never be discovered. But it was at this time she saw that on the territory she had just discovered, Qin Yi took Su Daji and teleported directly. It looked like he was going to come to fight. That's the deity of the Shadow Demon Lord. What a handsome little boy. But what are you doing here in person? The great demon lord gritted his teeth, feeling that this Shadow Demon Lord is really ignorant of the heights of the sky, swaying in such a high-level area. But there is a level 48, a level 49 hostile lord who is chasing her. She felt that she had to take this Shadow Demon Lord and run away directly. Otherwise, when the other party catches up here, it is very likely that they will directly follow the vine and go to the initial territory of the Shadow Demon Lord, which will not be fun. Eastern Commonwealth. A powerful super lord will be strangled in the cradle. When Qin Yi took Su Daji and teleported to this territory, all of a sudden, I felt the heat waves coming from the lava cave. The temperature here is indeed much higher than on his own grassland. Shoot the rest of the cavalry first, and I'll go to the next territory to explore the way. Qin Yi came here and told Su Daji and the lame Li Xian not to act rashly. He incarnates himself into darkness and can directly explore the way. Soon, he will be able to know how many troops the opponent has, and the current specific location. Qian Nujiao also gave this order to him. Lame Li raised the glacier bow and wanted to shoot the remaining cavalry. Those large shield cavalrymen raised the white flag at the same time. Wait a moment, Your Excellency the Shadow Demon Lord. Our lord, we have something to say to you. The large shield cavalryman shouted from a distance. Oh, as soon as Qin Yi heard that the other party was speaking in Oriental dialect, he raised his hand and told the lame Li to stop shooting. Your lord, who is it? Qin Yi asked. She is, the great demon lord. The large shield cavalry also seemed to feel that the title of lord was a bit ashamed, and their words were not very clear. Lord great demon lord, how big is it? Qin Yi immediately laughed when he heard it. This lord's name is a bit weird. Okay, if you have anything to say, just say it here. Qin Yi waved his hand. And a few kilometers away, the great demon lord, who was covered in black robes, gnashed his teeth when he heard Qin Yi's words. How big is it? Is this teasing me? Humph, you'll know how big it is when you see it. So angry. But the attendant of the forest fairy who was sitting with her said weakly, well, lord, others don't know that you are a woman now. Oh, it seems to be right for the country too. The great demon lord felt a little embarrassed when he thought about it. The shadow demon lord of others just spit out a slot at random. Who asked her to take such a lord's name? That, just convey it to me, and ask him to take people away quickly. 2 powerful lords are chasing me behind me. Once he is discovered by the other party, it is very likely that the initial territory is in danger. The great demon lord quickly calmed down and asked the great shield cavalry to help her convey the message. Is someone chasing you? 2 foreign lords close to level 50. What does that have to do with my shadow demon lord? After Qin Yi learned about the situation, he didn't care too much. He doesn't have a lot of tricks now. Even 2 lords who are close to level 50 have thousands of legions under their hands. Under the circumstance that Qin Yi has the first-hand intelligence advantage, there is no need for him to be afraid. But, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, what level of talent is your lord? This great lord of the devil, Qin Yi did not know whether it was male or female. Anyway, the other party is from the Eastern Federation. If the other party's talent is good, then you can still do a favor and accept it as a slave when the time comes. Subordination is also an important part of a lord's strength. For example, Qin Yi now. If he hadn't taken Lin Mengyu as his subordinate, he wouldn't have grown to the level he is now. 10 times the source crystal. This works great. When heard Qin Yi asked about the lord talent, the great demon lord, a few kilometers away, gritted his teeth in anger. Isn't this sincere poke at her sore spot? Let him not ask as a. She angrily rode the unicorn forward. Let's go, I have reminded him, he likes to walk or not. But, let's take a detour. Let's see if we can help him lure the enemy away. So, she led an army of more than 4,000 people and turned left to take a detour. Anyway, she still doesn't want her own affairs to involve the shadow demon lord, mainly because she feels that this little brother can't help her at all. With just a few big-headed soldiers and a few more attendants, can they beat a legion of tens of thousands of others? Totally unrealistic. Qin Yi is now the strong point of his servants, the others must not have developed, the level is too low, and the soldiers under him have not formed a scale. If you really encounter a powerful lord, most of them will shatter at the touch of a button. So, she chose to take a detour. Don't ask, is it a? I believe in you, asshole. Qin Yi heard the big shield cavalry say so, and it was impossible to believe the other party's statement. Anyway, look around first. Looks like there seems to be a lot of big lords wandering around here. Qin Yi saw the opponent's cavalry, turned his head and quickly returned to the darkness, disappearing from his vision. 897. Then, he turned into darkness. It turned into a cloud of black mist and flew out towards the neighboring territory. 1 grid, 2 grids, 3 grids. Qin Yi kept exploring and expanding the nearby territory. Soon, just as he was exploring the 4th grid, he saw a large group of cavalry armed with large shields and spears, marching fast. About 3,000 horses. Behind this group of large shield and lance cavalry, there are more than 1,000 goblin priests floating in the air. The cavalry cooperates with the priest, and it is indeed a relatively strong army. And between these 2 legions, open black lens bracket, the great demon lord, level 45, close black lens bracket. A lord wrapped in a black robe was riding on a snow-white unicorn, and there was another beautiful long-eared girl on the unicorn, a general-level attendant, a forest fairy. As that found her, it's actually a girl. Qin really didn't expect this. After he obtained this vision, he clearly saw. The figure of the big devil lord is obviously a girl, even if he is wrapped in a loose black robe, he can't hide it. At first glance, it is really too big. As expected of the great demon lord. This lord lives up to his name. Even Qin couldn't help but take a second glance. At this moment, he saw this great lord of the devil, holding a purple treasure chest on his chest, opened the treasure chest, and the purple light shone. Seems to be out of something good. What is this treasure chest? The dark world does not produce such treasure chests. Shouldn't it be? Is it her talent? Qin Yi's eyes lit up. Whether in textbooks or folk materials, there has never been such a treasure chest record. The only possibility. This is the talent of this great demon lord. This lord's talent is to open a treasure chest. Seems not bad. If I take her as a slave, can't I also open the treasure chest? Maybe the income can still be. Qin Yi thought naturally. You have to know what this girl's lord talent is. It was at this time. The lord of the great demon king, apparently also discovered the existence of Qin Yi, who has transformed into darkness. Because of her territory, when she first expanded, she only had the vision of a lord. Suddenly, the number of lords with this territorial vision became 2. Then, she found that not far from her legion, in midair, there was a black fog. How could she not know what that was? Shadow Demon Lord. What are you doing with me? 7 or 8 kilometers behind me, there are 2 foreign lords, are you really afraid? Don't run away. The great demon lord couldn't help but shout it out. She feels. This shadow demon lord is really too bold. Let me run away. It seems that you haven't seen it before. What is legendary? The black mist that Qin Yi transformed into fell directly to the ground and returned to his human form. Legendary servants are fine. Epic gear is fine too. Qin Yi's combat power is definitely not weak now. He was alone, standing on this hillside. Condescendingly, he looked at the great demon lord and the 4,000 or 5,000 soldiers and horses she led. Come on, tell me what treasure chest you just opened. If your talent is good, I can help you and drive those 2 lords away. Qin Yi asked. I am so angry. The big devil lord was very depressed. If you don't listen to the senior sister, you will suffer in front of you. If you don't leave, it will be too late. Sister. Qin Yi was a little surprised when he heard her claim. I am the lord of Star Capital University, a junior. The big devil lord glanced at him and said bitterly, it's not your senior, what is it? No way, you're a junior, you've entered the dark world for the 3rd year, and you're only level 45. Let me count, your classmates in the same class should all be in the 55 to 60 level. Qin Yi was a little surprised. This, the big devil lord said bitterly, you care about me. I'm reopening, so I told you that my talent is A, you still don't believe it. Every time the number of territories increases, you will get a random treasure chest. Can you see this talent? As she spoke, she felt a little uncomfortable. The first time she entered the dark world was 2 years ago, when she directly obtained the S-class talent. Each time the number of territories increases by 1 tile, you will get 2 random treasure chests. Later, when she developed for more than a year and rose to level 56, she accidentally encountered a middle-aged and wretched male lord of level 66 in a small island country. It was also a coincidence that when the 2 sides met, the other party just saw her appearance and figure. Immediately shocked, I wanted to take her as a slave on the spot. Naturally, this girl didn't want to. She fought with each other for more than 2 months, and finally, the initial territory was discovered by the opponent. In the case that the combat strength is not as good as the opponent's, she only has 2 choices. Either surrender and become a slave, or be destroyed. Finally, she would rather have her talent downgraded and reopened, rather than become the opponent's subordinate. In CGCI, yes, she reopened nearly half a year ago. Her talent has been lowered from S level to A level, and each time she expands her territory, she can only get 1 random treasure chest, and the income is halved. Good thing. She got off to a good start this time. The novice's 10 consecutive draws are directly the large shield knights and forest fairies of the warlord level. Let her start smoother than when she first came in. This time she learned her lesson. He prepared a black robe for himself to block his appearance, so as not to be stared at. But she lost her mind. Even with such a loose black robe, even if it could cover her appearance, it couldn't hide her figure. Just a few days ago, she was accidentally spied on by the foreign lords of the two alliances, and once again attracted the attention of each other. I don't know what kind of talent he has. All in all, the other party seems to be able to track her location. So, run away all the way. Because of this great lord of the devil wants to expand while looking for opportunities. If you can meet an ally, join forces, you can also fight backhand with the opponent. Or when she met other lords, through some means, let the other party fight with other lords, and she took the opportunity to run away. At the same time, her current running direction is getting further and further away from her initial territory. In this way, the other party does not know what direction her initial territory is. Otherwise, once her lord core is destroyed again, she can only rush out again, and this A-level talent will drop to B-level. If so, that would be so miserable. Is it really just an A-level talent? Qin Yi was still a little disappointed. Unfortunately, this level of talent is useless to him. It would undoubtedly be a waste to accept this girl as a slave, not to mention the random treasure chests that can be opened may not necessarily be what Qin Yi needs. For example, she just issued a purple quality, princely level attendant equipment. That's 5-star equipment. For her, perhaps this equipment is very good. But in Qin Yi's opinion, this level of equipment is useless at all. However, if I can give up territory, can I use this talent to farm treasure chests? Qin Yi suddenly thought. For example, he kept giving up one grid of territory, and then occupied that grid, and so on. Will you be able to clear treasure chests? But soon he shook his head. The dark world will not give the Lord any chance to cheat. If he guessed correctly, if he takes this great demon lord as a subordinate and acquires her talent, it must only be triggered when his maximum territory count is +1. Give up and reoccupy. Impossible to be useful. Otherwise, wouldn't he be directly invincible if he brushed hundreds of thousands of treasure chests a day? Never mind. In that case, let's go. Qin Yi shook his head. Lost interest in her. You said that there are 2 lords chasing you behind you. How many troops are there? What kind of troops are there? Qin Yi asked immediately. At least 20,000. The arms have everything, the opponent's combat power is very comprehensive, and the distance is combined. The great demon lord explained. Then she looked at Qin Yi's face and couldn't help but ask, don't you really want to touch them? 5. Yes, you go your way. The more than 20,000 military merits on the opposite side, I have decided. Qin Yi nodded. More than 20,000 troops means more than 20,000 military exploits. This is for Qin Yi. It is equivalent to the rain falling from the sky. Although he doesn't have a legion now, with his current ability, he can fully operate it. As for this great demon lord, generally speaking, if you meet the lord of your own country outside, the two sides are relatively peaceful. Unless Qin Yi was at the beginning, around his initial territory, no matter who the opponent is, he must be cleaned up, otherwise it will always be a hidden danger. Certainly, when you meet your own lord outside, you can't relax your vigilance 100%. In fact, there are a lot of lords who will take action against their own lords. Can only say, Qin Yi saw that this great demon lord was already so miserable, and he couldn't bear to mess with her anymore. Oh, then I'll go first. Be careful yourself. Seeing Qin Yi's self-willed appearance, the great demon lord had no choice. But, she took the legion a few steps forward. The more you think about it, the more unpleasant it becomes. Ah, let's make an alliance, shall we? I really can't bear to see you die. Your high-grade attendant should have a halo effect, right? With my army, I might be able to fight the opponent a dozen times. Great demon lord, this girl is still a little worried. If the Shadow Fiend Lord dies here, then didn't she become a sinner of the Eastern Federation? Then, she gave up. Even if the loss is heavy, she will try to keep Qin Yi. This is not just for the Eastern Federation. More for herself, since the first time she was killed by a wretched man from a small island country. She dreams of destroying all the lords of that country. She couldn't do it herself. Shadow Demon Lord, this existence is possible. So, she can't just watch Qin Yi die. Coincidentally, the two lords who are chasing her all the way, are both lords from the small island nation. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.